Good.
Thank you. Good morning. The City of Boston Zoning Board of Appeal hearing for July 29, 2025 is now in session. This hearing is being conducted in accordance with the applicable provisions of the open meeting law, including the updated provisions enacted by the legislature this year. The new law allows the board to continue its practice of holding virtual hearings through June 2027. This hearing of the board is being held remotely via the Zoom webinar event platform and is also being live streamed. In order to ensure this hearing of the board is open to the public, members of the public may access this hearing through telephone and video conferencing. The information for connecting to this hearing is listed on today's hearing agenda, which is posted on the public notices page of the city's website, boston.gov. Members of the public will enter the virtual hearing as attendees, which means you will not see yourself on the screen and you will be muted throughout unless administratively unmuted when asked to comment. Board members, applicants, and their attorneys or representatives will participate in the hearing as panelists, and they will appear alongside the presentation materials when speaking. Panelists are strongly encouraged to keep video on while presenting to the board. As with our in-person meetings, comments and support will be followed by comments in opposition. The order of comments is as follows: elected officials, representatives of elected officials, and members of the public. The chair may limit the number of people called upon to offer comment and the time for commenting as time constraints require. For that reason, the board prefers to hear from members of the public who are most impacted by a project, that is, those individuals who live closest to the project. If you wish to comment on an appeal, please click the raise hand button along the bottom of your screen in the Zoom webinar platform. Click it again and your hand should go down. When the host sees your hand, you will receive a request to unmute yourself. Select yes, and you should be able to talk. If you are connected to the hearing by telephone, please press *9 to raise and lower your hand. You must press *6 to unmute yourself after you receive the request from the host. Those called upon to comment will be asked to state their name and address first, and then can provide their comment. In the interest of time and to ensure that you have enough time to do so, please raise your hand as soon as Mr. Stembridge reads the address into the record. Do not raise your hand before the relevant address is called, or the meeting host will not know to call on you at the appropriate time. Mr. Stembridge.
Morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Ms. Barraza.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Ms. Turner.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Mr. Collins.
Morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. Ms. Pinato.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Present.
Good morning. So with that, a couple of reminders. For today, we're a 6-member board. We also have a very full agenda, so I will ask folks to be mindful of that and to be efficient with your presentations. With that, I will turn it over to Mr. Stembridge.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll begin with the approval of the hearing minutes scheduled for 9:30. These hearing minutes are from June 12th, June 24th, and July 8th. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge.
Yes.
Ms. Barraza.
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Ms. Pinato.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Next, we have the extensions scheduled for 9:30 a.m. There is a long list. I'll read them all at the same time, one behind the other, and then we'll ask for a motion. It is recommended that they be approved. We begin with case BOA 1366165 with the address of 1 Harvard Place. Next, we have case BOA 1153496 with the address of 59 Hillock Street. Then we have case BOA 1423032 with the address of 48 Ellery Street. Case BOA 1395905 with the address of 4 Haynes Street. case BOA 1432592 with the address of 75 Tremont Street. Case BOA 1046127 with the address of 201 to 241 Stewart Street. Case BOA 1361351 with the address of 1617 Tremont Street. Case BOA 1318050 with the address of 90 Braintree Street. Case BOA 606484 with the address of 64 to 64C Allendale Street. Case BOA 606486 with the address of 66 to 66C Allendale Street. Case BOA 606487 with the address of 68 to 68B Allendale Street. Case BOA 606488 with the address of 70 to 70B Allendale Street. Case BOA 606489 with the address of 72 to 72B Allendale Street. Case BOA 852415 with the address of 72 to 72B Oakland Street. Case BOA 852419 with the address of 74 to 74B Oakland Street. And finally, case BOA 1466225 with the address of 95 Everett Street. Those are the extensions for this morning, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Any questions on the extensions? May I have a motion to grant the extensions as requested?
Motion to grant
And second.
requested.
Thank you, and thank you. Mr. Stenbridge,
Yeah.
Ms. Better-Brazza,
Yes.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Ms. Panado.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Next, we have two board final arbiter cases scheduled for 9:30 a.m. First is case BOA 1287036 with the address of 1759 to 1763 Washington Street. And actually, I believe these may be connected.
Yes,
Along with that, we have case BOA 965196 with the address of 17 to 67 Washington Street. If the applicant or attorney Mark the case is present, would they please explain the case to the board?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mark Lacasse, Law 75 Arlington Street in Boston. And indeed, these are companion cases involving the historic Alexandra Hotel at the corner of Mass Ave and Washington Street. The project proponent are the Alexandra Partners, which consists of Tom Callis and Jazz Bogle, and our project manager, Pavel Huntz. The architect of record for the current iteration is Embark. This project has been approved by the BPDA Board of Directors on 3 separate occasions since 2019, and as it has been approved by this board on 3 separate occasions over the years as the project's iteration has changed. Most recently, the BPDA Board of Directors approved on May 15 of 2025 the current change that is before you today, and that is the image shown on the lower left-hand corner. Under small project review, under Article 80, the current iteration is now a 68-room hotel as previously approved, but importantly, and the change that you see, without the 8-story tower addition above the historic existing building of the Alexandra Hotel. For a variety of reasons related to cost of the historic restoration, the cost of the 8-story tower. That has been eliminated, and the project is as shown here. A much smaller version with a complete historic restoration of the existing building and the addition as shown on the adjacent currently vacant parcel. All zoning relief required has been previously approved, granted, and remains in full force and effect. The removal of the 8-story addition eliminates the need for the previously approved height variances for feet and stories, and no additional relief is needed or created by this change. Also importantly, on May 6th of 2025, the South End Landmarks District Commission approved this design change, and SELDC has been instrumental in guiding this project to its approved state by all the other agencies, including this board. So thus today we seek board final arbiter approval of the design change, eliminating the 8-story tower addition, and all other aspects of the previous approvals remain unchanged and in effect. And with that, I'll pause for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Motion approval?
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Good luck, glad to see it moving forward.
Thank you kindly.
Next, we move on to the recommendations scheduled for 9:30 a.m. These are from the cases that were brought before the subcommittee on July 24th. Beginning with case BOA 1674561 with the address 18 to 20 Crestway Road. This project was approved with 3 provisos. That the pergola on the property be removed. Second, that roof deck setback of 5 feet be put in place. And third, that the BP design of an internal staircase be provided with access to the roof hatch of the house, the head house. Next, we have case BOA 1728524 with the address of 389 Maverick Street. This was approved. Case BOA 1715590 with the address of 30 Harvard Street was approved. Case BOA 1729339 with the address of 78 to 80 Salem Street was approved. Case BOA 1709052 with the address of 32 St. Stephen Street was deferred until today. Case BOA 1697496, the address of 12R Union Avenue was deferred until today. Case BOA 1686770 with the address of 294 West Street was approved. Case BOA 1700082 with the address of 34 Brady Street was approved. Case BOA 1703635 with the address of 9 Cutter Road was approved. And finally, case BOA 1699328 with the address of 11 Drill Street was approved.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? May I have a motion?
A motion to approve the subcommittee recommendations?
May I have a second? Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza,
Yes.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Ms. Panado.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
That will move on to the hearing scheduled for 9:30 a.m. And we'll remind folks that we are a 6-member board today. Then we will ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from 9:30 hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Stembridge. Attorney Richard Lins, with requests for referrals on 3 matters.
And which of those, Attorney Lynch?
390 Border and 355 Meridian are companion case.
Bear with me, please. So that would be for
The last 2 cases,
case BOA 1671558 with the address of 390 Meridian Street. And along with that, we have it's BOA 1671561 with the address of 355 Border Street. Would you please go ahead and explain, Attorney Lynch?
Yes, thank you. And for the record, Richard Lins, Madam Chair, members of the board, business address of 245 Sumner Street, East Boston. On behalf of the petitioner, requesting administrative deferral to a further date to hopefully a 7-member board.
okay. Caroline, any dates?
Yeah, the next 7-member board would be Tuesday, September 9th.
Thank you. Perfect.
Okay. With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer.
Motion to defer.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Turner.
Motion to defer this case until September 9th.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge,
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza,
Yes.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Ms. Panado.
Yes. Chair
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you. The remaining one, Mr. Stembridge, is 89 Condor on the 930 list.
So that would be for case BOA 1729459 with the address of 89 Condor Street. Would you go ahead and explain?
Thank you. Thank you. Again, for the record, Richard Lins, business address 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, requesting administrative deferral.
Okay, Caroline?
We could do August 26th, September 9th, or September 23rd.
Let's stick with September 9th if that's possible, because I believe that's a 7-member board you mentioned.
Sure.
Okay, that, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer until September 9th.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stembridge,
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza,
Yes.
Ms. Turner,
Yes.
Mr. Collins,
Yes.
Ms. Panado.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll ask again if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from this time frame. Hearing none. On to case BOA 1667778 with the address of 263 to 265 North Beacon Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Morning, Chairperson Dong, members of the board, Attorney Kurt Bletzer, 300 Market Street, Brighton, Mass. On from petitioner. Along with me is my partner, Attorney Dina Brown. We also have the owners of the property, Tony Nardelli and his son, Tony Nardelli Jr.
Okay, please proceed.
Thank you. We're here this morning to submit our proposal to erect a 6-unit building on the footprint of the current 2-family house that's on the property. The Nardellis actually own that whole existing property there. There's a, as you can see from the picture here, The proposed unit is on the right side. There's an existing building on the back, along with the existing building out front, which is a commercial building. The proposal is to take the two-family building that's on that footprint and put a single building within that, pretty much within the footprint of what's down there now, which will consist of 6 units. The lower level, it's 3 units on each side of the building. And then the lower units will have a 1-bedroom, 1-bath with a walkout patio in the rear. When I say the rear, as you're looking at the site, 263 North Beacon Street would be one side. The right-hand side, looking at it that way, is the back, and the front would be on the parking lot side. There'd be the first floor would have a 1-bedroom and a 1-bath, and the second and third is 2-bedroom with 1.5 baths. This will create 4 additional units of housing in the area. The commercial building on the front is on the front left, will remain unchanged, as will the existing building on the back, which consists of townhouse units. The Nadellis have owned the property since 1981. Some of the zoning issues that requiring a variance are pre-existing violations for the current building that is there. It's our position that the removal of the existing building and constructing the new building will be a significant improvement for the neighborhood and for the area. The building itself will be in conformity with the existing area. It's a mixed-use area with several non-conforming business uses, including warehouses, auto shops, and auto supply, and other multi-family buildings which exceed 3 units. Directly across the street, across North Beacon Street, is the Faneuil Street Housing, which has 10 4-story buildings in it. We believe that the upgrade to the building will have a significant, very positive impact in the area. The new building, again, as I said, is pretty much within the footprint of the current building. The new setbacks, actually in the rear, which is on the right side as you're looking at the building, will increase the area between the building and the direct abutter. We've also included a fence and some landscaping and trees to go in there again for a buffer and to keep that area separated from Mr. Dam, who lives right next door. The Nadellis are proposing to build an all-electric building to comply with the energy-efficient green living. The building is put in place to be solar ready in the event that solar panels are required or asked for at some point. It'll be a clapboard siding with an asphalt roof. There is noise reduction insulation throughout. There's a bike storage and bike rack site that will be on site, take advantage of the bike lanes and the bus stop, which is directly in front of the building on North Beacon Street. They're going to renovate the parking lot and all the landscaping throughout that whole parking area with all 3 buildings, and upgrade the landscaping and the fencing there. We went through the neighborhood process. We went to the BAI on a couple of occasions, and we had to resolve a couple of issues, really one issue. The main issue that came about with our neighbor was just the rodent issue and rodent control. We actually worked with the city, and we found some pretty good metal storage units, which we were able to use on the existing building and the commercial building, which has been fantastic in terms of the rodent remediation. It's done a great job of these big bins. These metal bins are able to hold 2 city trash bins, the big bins that are picked up. Does a great job of keeping that to a minimum, and I believe that the neighbors have been very happy with that. We've also enlisted Green Planet, which is actually a tenant at the commercial building out front. That's a remediation rodent control company that's going to monitor the site and make sure we can mitigate and remediate any issues that may come up.
Speed up the violations and sort of how you're exacerbating anything, what's existing, what's the violations?
On the violations, again, it's a 3F 4000, so the use was forbidden. Again, we believe that the building is going to be in conformity with what's there at this point. We're adding 4 units. The 2 families had two bedrooms. It's 4 units. We're going to add 4 bedrooms. We're going to add 4 bedrooms with the additional units. The floor area ratio again is a little over at that point. Stories, it's a 3-story. It's actually going to be 4 stories, but the height level is pretty much in conformity with the existing building that's next to it right there. There's nothing new in the open space. These again have been violations that are pre-existing. The side yard setbacks are actually going to be a little bit better, but again they're non-conforming. Their violations are there with the existing building. And the off-street parking, off-street parking, there's going to be 24 units of 24 parking spaces, which are within all of those, the entire parking lot. There's going to be 4 parking spaces in front of this building on North Beacon Street, and then they'll have the opportunity and the ability to use the other 24 spaces that are within the parking area that's presently there.
When we get the ambassador to page through, are there other?
Yeah, are there other pages that would be helpful to look at?
Is that it?
No, there's more plans to scroll through.
Yeah, is there anything to scroll through of note?
The units are actually on there too, to show how the units are set up.
Actually, can you zoom into the site plan?
One of the things that we are proposing, this is currently 2 lots, but they're all
Yes.
owned by the Nardellis. So we have a lot consolidation plan so that this will become 1 lot. And by making it 1 lot, we actually decrease some of the violations that were cited. So for example, if this is 1 large lot, then we don't have a side yard setback issue. One of the suggestions, for some reason, the buildings in the back are encroaching on this lot, and so that would cause a problem with the need for easements between the different buildings and properties. So again, by erasing the lot line and consolidating into 1 lot, we don't have encroachments, we don't have to deal with easements. We have the shared parking. Again, the front building is commercial, and honestly, since COVID, it hasn't been occupied very much, and certainly all of those spaces are available in the evenings. So there'll be plenty of parking for the people in the new building with the additional units.
Can you address concerns from the planning department about access?
I think more specifically, it was addressing accessibility from,
Right.
Is there accessibility at the ground floor to the unit? And are your ground floor units accessible? That was one of the largest concerns.
Yes, there are side doors on the units in the whole back. There's a walk-in patio. There's a walk-in sliding glass door on the back side. On the ground level.
Yeah, you'll have to show us that in elevations, because what we're seeing is a lot of stairs to get to the unit.
The stairs come in on the side into the unit, and then the whole back walks out.
Right, so you would have to go up the steps to get to the front door of a unit.
The front door of the units are on the left side. You can see the stairs. Yeah, there's 5 steps to come up.
Right, so it's not accessible, and that was just the comment from the city accessibility department, Sheila Tilton.
The lower units you're talking about?
Yeah, all the ground floor units are not accessible because you have steps.
Ground floor has 4 steps down.
Correct. We're just pointing it out so we can
Yep.
continue.
Okay.
Other questions from the board?
I think the other one is the issue of side yards. Because you have And that's why I was looking at the site plan. If you can go to the site plan. If you can zoom in, so, you know, you have 10 feet that's required for a setback, and I believe you're violating them, but not by much. You know, you have one that's 8 feet on one side yard. And so I think one of the concerns from the Boston Planning Department is that you have all of these other kind of porches and structures that, that extend out from that side yard. And so one of the, you know, thinking out loud, I think this is something that can probably be addressed with BPD design review. But I don't have any further questions.
If I may comment on that, the steps coming out, that whole issue on that side is alleviated as with the lot consolidation plan. So when that lot line is removed, now there are no issues there with it being close to the lot, because the lot line is actually the far side of the large lot.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Let's have public testimony.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on January 29th, at which 3 direct abutters were opposed to the proposal and the relief being granted due to issues they felt with poor conditions of the existing property and extreme rodent issues. Proposal was presented to the Brighton-Alston Improvement Association on April 10th, which is in support of this application. With that background, our office defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have any additional hands raised for the at the moment.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I would like to put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that the project undergoes site plan review with BPD in regards to accessibility. And the second proviso is that the building be adjusted to not have encroachments per se within the side yards to address some of the BPD's concern. And that the applicant also redesigns the ground floor for the units to be accessible.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
No.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Donato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1709899 with the address of 55 Boylston Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Chris Hosford, Helios Design Group, 116 St. Vital Street, Boston. I'm the architect. I don't know if my client is on the call, Adam Granger. Any case, this is currently a single-family house. We're proposing to expand from basically a 2-story to a 3-story house with the addition of a small, a connector to a garage. There's an existing detached garage. This would be a new attached garage with an in-law suite above. The suite, it is not a separate unit because it is connected internally to the main living space of the house. My clients are both from California. They have family who spend extended periods of time at the house with them. So this is to provide space for family.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I was going to ask a quick question on that. So are you knocking down the detached garage?
We are, yeah, exactly. We're knocking down the existing detached garage. It's fundamentally a metal shed, and rebuilding a new garage in its place. In which that does create a, the front yard setback, it's a corner lot, the front yard setback is existing non-conforming. On the Boylston Street side, it's 9.8. It'll be more non-conforming because the garage will be attached. The current garage, since it's detached, does not count towards that particular. The other primary nonconformity that is FAR. So I think we're going up to almost 1. The neighborhood is all over the place in terms of the house across, or the structure across the street, I think it's 6 units, and is FAR2. There's a range of FARs around.
Are there questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Benbury. I am the Jamaica Plain Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on May 28th, with 3 of 5 abutters voicing support for the proposal. Non-supporters, the other 2 abutters, voiced concerns regarding time frame, construction noise, a shadow study, and its impact on abutters and the hours of construction. The concerns were addressed during the meeting. Next, the proposal was presented to Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council Zoning on June 4th, where they voted to support the proposal. To date, our office has received 1 letter of support and 1 in opposition, both maintaining the support and opposition themes previously mentioned. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, and Jim, please, you can provide your testimony if you are speaking on this case. You are muted.
Good morning. I hope I'm following protocol. My name is Maria Gonzalez, and with my wife, Martine Lebre, we own 53 Boylston Street. We have been here 32 years. We are opposed to the scope of this project because we feel it is too large for a very tight area. I believe that there are more people in opposition that have come forward because, quote unquote, they don't want to be unfriendly to the owners. We hold no ill will to the owners. They're good neighbors, but we feel that this is too large a project. They are also anticipating that'll take up to 2 years. And we're now retired. My wife has Alzheimer's. We're really concerned about the noise, especially the noise, but the dust that could be toxic because all these old houses are full of asbestos. So we just wanted to again voice our opposition to the scope of this project. We feel it's too large.
Thank you.
And that's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Anonymous, please identify yourself.
Sorry.
Let's see.
Hello.
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, my name is Margaret Hanny, H-A-N-N-I. I'm sorry I didn't put my name in. I live at 3 Dresden Street, directly next door to the garage that would be demolished and replaced. I'm also in opposition to this proposal for some of the same reasons that Maria mentioned, but a couple of particular things. I have an apartment that I rent on the first floor of my house. I rent it to a gentleman and his 7-year-old son who has significant health problems. I'm very concerned about what the impact of this would be on him in terms of the dust, the debris. I don't know if there's asbestos in this house, but I imagine there might be. I'm very concerned about that. I think it's possible that it would cause them to move out, which then would present a problem for me income-wise. The other thing is, and this has to do with the scope of it, but you know, both Boylston and Dresden are one-lane roads. There's no parking at all on Dresden. I wonder just where all the construction vehicles will be for this project. Will residents be asked to give up parking on the street to accommodate construction vehicles? Will Dresden Street be blocked for periods of time? And also where, if there are people visiting and using the apartment that's being added, whether or not it's planned for relatives right now, once it exists, it doesn't mean it has to stay only for relatives. Where will those people park?
Thank you. Please wrap up. Any other thoughts?
Okay, I think it's too big, and I think it's too much to ask residents to put up with.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Add information. Thank you.
All right, we have one more hand, Christine.
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Christine Pop. I live at 7 Dresden Street, 2 doors down from the garage, and or 1 door down. And I am not in support of this project for some of the same reasons that have been mentioned. What? My biggest concern, I have 2 primary concerns. One is that, yes, Dresden and Boylston are incredibly narrow and tiny thoroughfares at this point, and Boylston is heavily trafficked. It's a main road from Lamartine to Center Street, even though it's so narrow and 1 lane, 1 way. And I just don't know where the construction vehicles are going to park. I think in part of the plan, they were going to park in the small side yard that they're expanding into, and that just seems incredibly unrealistic and impossible. Another concern I have is every time there's even a small construction project in the neighborhood, the rats come out. And just last night, there was a rat running across the street right in front of the garage that's going to be redone. And so I just feel like there's going to be rats everywhere. I find dead rats in my garden. I have rat poison in my basement. So just this construction is going to be a nightmare for 2+ years. And
thank you, ma'am.
The owners are able to move to another home, so it won't impact them.
All right.
Thank you.
There's one more
last
person.
caller. Please add new information.
This is Stephen Nicole Richer. We are at 1416 Dresden Street, and we are in support of the project. We think that the structure is in line with the neighborhood. Right across the street on Boylston Street, there's a 3-4 story building that's towering, that doesn't have any green space. So I thought the design was very strategic in keeping a yard and a tree in scale with what's there. I understand construction. I also understand that we have construction in our neighborhood right now that's inconvenient, but I think at the end of the day, it is going to provide a more, allow somebody to just stay in the neighborhood. And if they do decide to rent it out, that's what they need to do to be able to afford to stay in the neighborhood. So I understand the concerns that neighbors have, but I think that they can be addressed. It's just a matter of talking to Adam and Charday about how the construction logistics and the mitigation of rodent control. I think those are all measures that can be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. So are there any other public testimony? I know Mr. Granger, you're the owner, so if there are no other raised hands, please feel free to address some of these concerns before we proceed.
Madam Chair, we don't have any other additional hands.
Great. So Mr. Granger, if you want to address those concerns, that would be appreciated.
Yeah, just quickly a few points. We definitely hear all the neighbors' concerns with construction, and we definitely want to mitigate that to whatever degree we can and try to have a speedy process. I know Maria Elena mentioned that we were estimating a 2-year timeline. I just want to correct that. Our first estimates from our contractors that we are have hired is 12 to 14 months, and we were hoping worst case would be 18 months, and of course we're trying to do that as quickly as possible. With regards to the this quote unquote second unit, it's not a second unit. It's essentially just an extra bedroom for my parents to stay. It would not be legal to rent out to anybody else. We're just planning on staying here long term. When my parents visit, they don't have a car. They want to be driving, so it would not impact parking in the neighborhood. And I think those are the main points I want to respond to. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion?
We're gonna approve it.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Barraza, second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good.
Next, we have case BOA 1729068 with the address of 586 Canterbury Street. This is also an Article 80 project. The applicant and/or their representative would explain to the board, please.
And please be pithy, we have a long agenda.
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney John Pulgini on behalf of the proponents Andreas Wong and Nizelle Aponte from AD Development. Both Andreas and Nizelle are longtime Rosendale residents where they're raising their young family. Also with us today is Dennis Greenwood, the project architect. Thank you for the opportunity to present this proposal. 586, 598 Canterbury Street. The zoning is Community Commercial 1. This lot size is 41,732 square feet. The proposal is to build a 4-story residential building on this 41,000 plus square foot lot. This site is bounded by St. Michael's Cemetery to the south, a commercial car wash to the north, the Tabernacle Baptist Church on the west, and a residential building to the east with over 100 units. The proposal calls for 46 apartments with 32 off-street parking spaces, 46 resident bike spaces, and 8 visitor bike spaces. The unit mix will be 10 studios, 26 one-beds, 7 two-beds, and 3 three-beds. This proposal underwent an extensive community and regulatory process and was approved by the BPA board in April as well as the Conservation Commission. The proposal is to provide much-needed housing on an extremely large, underutilized lot. We work with the BPA planners to ensure that the building's dimensions are contextually appropriate and that the site provides adequate open space between the neighboring multifamily residential parcels. Additionally, we are providing many public realm improvements, including granting a pedestrian easement to the city to allow for 9-foot sidewalks and the installation of street trees in coordination with the Public Improvement Commission and the Parks Department, as well as working with the MBTA on improvements to a bus shelter at the intersection of Canterbury and American Legion Highway. Finally, this proposal will provide 8 affordable units, including a 3-bed family-style unit with absolutely no displacement. Again, thank you for the opportunity to present, and we're here to answer any questions. And if there's any questions, Dennis Greenwood is on to show the plans as well.
Can we just get the ambassador to page through the plans when folks are talking?
I apologize, Ms. Panado.
Yeah. And are there questions from the board? Any questions from the board at this time?
No questions. I mean, the good thing is that these are been all kind of already vetted out, so.
Yep. Let's take public testimony.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This time the Mayor's Office would like to defer to the judge from this board. Some background information, the community process has went through a lengthy Boston Planning Department community-led process involving public meetings as well as comment period, one public meeting back in February. Eventually it was BPA board approved in April. There was a number of comments, some expressing concerns which they thought they'd like to see more affordability in the proposal as well as more home ownership. There was also a number of letters that were in support of the proposal, citing the increased density and also appreciating the design of the building itself. The applicant met with the Mount Hope Canterbury Neighborhood Association, which expressed similar concerns regarding
condos versus rentals, and also expressed concerns about the parking ratio. With that, I'll defer to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right,
Brian, are you with EPDA?
Mr. Brian?
Hi, everyone. Timothy Guimon, on behalf of City Councilor Brian Worrell, District 4. Just wanted to share some public testimony that we received from constituents. Again, just wanted to echo that the councilor continues to want to push for more 3-family or more style bedrooms and also more home ownership opportunities. We are excited that this is going to bring more density to the area. However, we do want to continue to push for more home ownership. So with that, we are going to take a stand of non-opposition.
Thank you.
Chairs, we don't have any additional heads.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
May I have a second?
Better Barraza.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, everybody.
Next, we have case BOA 169-7493 with the address of 51 to 51E Fuller Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Charlie Tevnin, and I'm an attorney at 15 Broad Street, Boston. I'm appearing on behalf of the applicant, Sean George, who resides at 5 Wheelock Avenue in Dorchester. The existing property at 51 Fuller Street is a single-family residence in some disrepair due to deferred upkeep and maintenance. The proposal before the board is to construct a townhouse-style dwelling with 6 units on the property. There are 3 stories proposed, and the height is 35 feet. Each unit will have 3 bedrooms and 2.5 baths, and the size of each unit is approximately 1,500 square feet. The building is designed to appear more like a single-family dwelling from the street, and with the mansard roof, it ties in well into the fabric and the history of the Ashmont neighborhood. Given the proximity to nearby Ashmont Station, the major transit hub serving as the endpoint for the Red Line, as well as several major bus routes, no off-street parking is proposed. The applicant, Sean George, has completed the neighborhood process and the abutter process with strong support from direct abutters. He also presented the proposal to the Ashmont Valley Neighborhood Association, and we understand that they have taken a position of non-opposition to this proposal. We have submitted to the board a number of letters of support from direct abutters, including abutters next door to 51 Fuller Street at number 55 Fuller, at number 47 Fuller, and at number 49 Fuller. We in looking at the surrounding context, we feel that this project is appropriate. There are multifamily residences located on all sides of the property at 48 Fuller, 56 Fuller, 60 Fuller, 69 Fuller, etc. And as noted by the planning department, the design respects the surrounding scale and character of the neighborhood. We have also been in close communication with the Office of District City Councilor Brian Worrell regarding this proposed project both before and during the community process. Finally, we understand that the planning department has recommended approval of this project with design review, and that the planning department concluded that the requested zoning relief for this project is appropriate. The proponent, the applicant Sean George, and his architect Alex Yoon from Monty French Design Studios is available on this hearing to answer any process or design related questions. Thank you.
Can you page through the plans and show us the exterior staircase going down the front lot?
Yeah, if the ambassador can please, as the applicants are speaking, they need to scroll through the PDF. We need that background. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would ask if the architect, Alex Ewan, could address your question, but I did note in the planning department's recommendation that comment about that stairs, the set of stairs, which I believe is the front facing the street.
Yes, this is Alex Ewan from Monty French Design Studio. If you go to the fifth page onto AS001, we'll get to the architectural site plan. I believe it's the page after this one. Yes, if you zoom in onto the right side, it's just a set of steps that start from a small landing right off of the street line, and it's just a set of commercially code steps down to a fire protection and utility service basement, which is below the first unit. The other 5 townhouses will be slab on grade. Not sure if that answers your question. If you have any other comments on that.
Are there other questions from the board?
Is there an elevation?
Yes, if you go to 4 pages after this. So as Charlie mentioned, we've designed the front elevation. The next page, please. Yes, so on view 1, which is the right side, we've designed the front to appear as a kind of smaller scale 3-story building with the roof being the mansard, so that the scale is again toned down, so that the bottom 2 stories are lap siding, and then the 3rd story is the mansard roof as mentioned.
Any other questions from the board?
This is fully sprinklered.
Yes, it will be.
Correct.
Okay. With that, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Benbury. I am the Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting held on March 31st that was lightly attended, where abutters made inquiries regarding green space and shade that were addressed during the meeting. Next, the proposal was presented to Bailey Fuller Civic Association, who voted to approve the proposal to move forward. To date, our office has received 8 letters of support. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board with their judgment.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Pat. You can provide your testimony.
Can you hear me?
Please say your name and address, please.
Patricia McKenzie at 63 Forest Street.
Please let us know if you're in support or opposition and briefly state why.
I'm in opposition because I feel like condos are springing up like mushrooms on Forest Street. We had one built right across from my complex just last year. And this complex is not going to have any parking. And I think it's just going to make it more crowded, more difficult to find a parking space, and it's just going to be a nightmare. And my other question is this going to be affordable housing, or is it going to turn out to be $1 million condos like across the street from where I live now?
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments for this project.
Thank you. Worrell's office.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. The councilor would like to support this project. We want to thank Mr. George for all of his communication, not just with our office, but with the residents of the street. We've been in contact with the Ashmont Valley Neighborhood Association multiple times, and they've also expressed Mr. George's communication with the neighborhood. So I just want to thank him for that and his focus on, again, home ownership and family style housing. So the councilor supports this project.
Thank you. Would the applicant like to just briefly address the questions around affordability and parking?
Yes, Madam Chair. None of the 6 units are designated as affordable. but they are designed for a family occupancy. And then with regard to the parking, it is a 5-minute walk to the Ashmont MBTA station. It would qualify as a transit-oriented development. And it is a point that it is also made in the planning department's recommendation about the proximity to the Ashmont MBTA station.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Yes, I'm just curious, when you were doing the pro forma for your units, because they're not affordable housing on the lot, was there a amount that you would still have good use of the land and be able for it to be profitable? And the reason I ask is because I do find, you know, the design, everything is contextual to some degree, but I'm a little concerned with the open space. It's just in terms of the coverage of area of the lot. So, you know, you have 6. Would it be still profitable if you were to do 5, but you allow for a little bit more of open area, you know, for the residents to enjoy? So, you know, this is a question for you.
Yeah. Hey, Hansi, how are you doing? Sean George here, the developer. Unfortunately not. And when we started this process, we have this deal contingent on zoning approval. So we do go to our the bank to see, you know, that's the smart thing at the start. We do the unit count. 6 was the unit count. And we do want to provide open space with these developments. That's why a couple of notes. We sat the house back 15 feet at the front, just so it wouldn't be on top of the sidewalk. There's a small bit of green space there. Then at the back, we have roughly 400 and change in square feet with green space that these people can use for whether it be small pets or kids, they can hang out. And then each unit itself has a small rear patio, which is roughly 100 square feet. And then they all have roof decks as well. And that was where we tried to, like, you know, bring that open space for these families. Again, I have a young family in the city. I have 2 dogs and a 2-year-old, and open space is important. So that was what we tried to tie into it. And then just the unit count 6 was kind of where we needed to be at in order to get the financing to build this thing.
Okay, great. That's all I wanted to understand. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm going to put forward a motion of support because it seems like the community is on board with the project. So with that, I would like to put forward a motion of approval with BPD design review.
Is there a second? Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Ms. Better-Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Mr. Ambassador.
Next, we have case BOA 171-6486 with the address of 24 Angel Street. The applicants and or their representative present, they please explain.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, Attorney Matt Eckel with Fletcher Tilton on behalf of the applicant. With me this morning on the call is Talia Canestra from Studio Can, the project architect. This proposal, we're seeking to erect a new residential building with 4 units and 3 parking spaces at 24 Angel Street. The lot itself is just over 5,400 square feet, and the zoning district is a 3F 5,000. The lot is currently vacant, but the property is in close proximity to Blue Hill Ave, which provides public access to public transportation, as well as many commercial uses along that busy thoroughfare. The lot itself slopes up from the front to back. So what we're proposing to do with this design is to build into that slope, which allows for the 4 units in a building that is very contextual and in similar design and size to some of our abutting buildings that are more traditional triple deckers, but are elevated and located up on the hill where we're digging into the hill a little bit.
As mentioned, we are proposing 3 parking spaces to the rear of the building, which you can see in the site plan on the screen right now. This does meet the code in terms of number of parking spaces. 0.75 spaces are allowed per unit, and again, we're proposing the 3 for the 4 units. The 3 parking spaces we're providing, we believe, provides a nice balance of green space as well as a dedicated trash area for the residents, while also getting some cars off the street. In terms of the relief we're seeking, as mentioned, it is a 3F district, and we're seeking the 4-family use. There is a 4 to 6 unit building directly across the street, as well as multifamily residential in a large development to our rear. We're also seeking relief for additional lot area per dwelling unit. Required is 2,500. We're proposing 381. FAR, we're proposing a 1.12, where 0.8 is allowed. Again, this is fairly contextual with the neighborhood where a lot of the surrounding properties are right around a 1.0 FAR. We are seeking relief for height in stories and feet. You're allowed 3 stories and 35 feet. We're proposing 4 stories and 38 feet, so slightly above on the amount of feet for the building. And as mentioned, even though we're seeking the relief for the stories, the design of the building really blends in with the character of the neighborhood. Finally, we're seeking relief for side yard. On the right side, we're proposing 3 feet, where 10 is allowed. We do have almost 14 feet to the left side, so we do comply with the left side in relation to side yard. In terms of just the design very briefly and the floor plans, the main entry is going to be accessed from a small set of stairs directly from Angel Street, but there'll also be an accessible ramp going left to right, which makes the first floor accessible. Unit 1 will be located on the first floor with a living room, dining room, kitchen, 3 bedrooms, and 2 baths. Unit 2 will be located on the second floor, just under 1,400 square feet. Also 3 bedrooms.
Slides you want to be scrolling to, sir, while you talk? Are there slides you want to be directing us to while you're
Sure, if we can go through the slide, the floor plans, just page by page, so we can fast forward to there's the building itself. Again, you can see it's contextual in nature because of the lower access at grade. Next slide, please. And just the floor plan, so I already explained the first floor. There's also a common utility and sprinkler room to the rear with common access. This will be a fully sprinklered building. All units will have in-unit washer dryer. They're all 3-bedroom units, so they are designed as family-style units, and again with the washer dryer amenity. And we can skip ahead now to the next page, please. So the second floor, I believe I just got through. It's just under 1,400 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, with a small front and rear deck for some private open space. And then the third and fourth floor both contain bi-level units for unit 3 and 4. Both units are between 1,400 and 1,500 square feet. So again, family-style units, each with 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and some dedicated deck space. We did meet with the abutters and received some questions, which we answered. We also reviewed the planning department's recommendation, and based upon the contextual nature of this project, they did recommend approval. The zoning relief we're seeking is fairly typical within this district. With that, I'll pause and take any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Benbury. I am the Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on May 14th, where abutters made inquiries on total number of units and affordability, while others expressed concerns having 3 parking spaces for 4 units, pest control, and shadow studies. Following the abutters meeting, no further community process was required, and the proposal was allowed to move forward. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. Timothy Guimond here from City Councilor Brian Worrell's office. Just want to express support for this project as it continues to fulfill what the councilor believes is the greatest needs, which are family-style housing and home ownership opportunities. We also want to thank the proponent for their communication with constituents and with the neighborhood organization. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other
Richard, we don't have additional comments for this project.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that the BPD really looks at that fourth floor in regards to massing to make it more contextual.
There's a second.
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge.
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza.
Yes.
Ms. Turner.
Yes.
Mr. Collins.
Yes.
Ms. Panado.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have two companion cases. The first is case BOA 1719239 with the address of 6 Gleason Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1719245 with the address of 6R Gleason Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Patrick Foley, business address 265 Village Street, Quincy. I'm the attorney for the project, and I'm joined here by Gavin Driscoll from Lighthouse Architects. The project we're here to discuss today is 6 and 6R Gleason Street. This is in the 3F zone and a 5,000 square foot lot for the lots as well. On this property is a 3-family home currently, which houses 3 families, really enforcing the city's need for wanting to house families in the city. Also on this lot is a detached barn-style garage. The applicant bought this property last year when it was extremely blighted and really has done a nice job on improving it and creating a property that everyone in the neighborhood can be proud of. The location of this property is right near the bus stop as well as a train station. The applicant is not going to be changing the footprint at all. All work and improvements will be done inside the property. The applicant is seeking to convert the 1,400 square foot basement into an apartment unit and the existing barn into a housing unit as well. All variances are pre-existing non-conforming. This will help create additional housing in a city in an area that desperately needs housing for families. Yeah.
I can go through the plan. Gavin Driscoll, Lighthouse Architecture and Design, business address 180 Allen Street, Braintree, Mass. If you can zoom in on the site plan on the title sheet, you can see on the left side of the property is the existing 3-family home, and then on the right rear, you can see the existing garage. Like Pat said, the existing basement apartment will be 1,400 square feet with 2 bedrooms and 1 bath. The existing ceiling height right now is 8'1", and most of the utilities are actually towards the back of the property. So really right now it's just an empty basement right now that we're looking to utilize to make it to a unit. We will be adding a bunch of windows to meet all the air and light requirements. And then if you can go through, I can show you the barn as well. Which is going to be, the new barn is going to be a 1,250 square foot unit, 2 bed, 2 bath. The existing barn itself, it was probably used for horses back in the day. The floor of the garage is actually about 3 feet off the driveway floor. So it really was meant more for like horses than an actual garage. And we are going to jazz up the existing garage to meet the aesthetics of the neighborhood, but also match the existing house. I think these are just the plans of the house. The garage plans were a different set of plans because it is a different housing unit. And I can go through any questions if any are.
I also want to add, we did an abutters meeting that nobody attended, and we were advised that we didn't have to do a community meeting after that.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Yes, I have a question. Can you walk us through your parking plans, please?
Yeah, if you go up to the site plan, it's not shown there, but there currently is six parking spaces on the lot, and those will remain as is. We'll actually probably gain a little bit more space because the existing barn currently right now, like I said, the first floor of the garage is actually about 3 feet off of the driveway floor. So there is a ramp that someone probably added about 30, 40 years ago that actually brings you up to that 3 feet of the garage. which is actually going to be demoed, and so we'll actually gain probably a little bit more space for parking.
Okay, just to be clear, the parking is going to be where that kind of parking lot already exists?
Exactly, yeah, that's not changing at all.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Parking in tandem, can you tell the ambassador where to go to the site plan? We can see the parking spaces.
Yeah, if you go to the first page.
And they're dimensional?
They're not dimensions on there. They're existing parking. If you zoom in, I can show you on the lot. If right in front of where the garage is, there's 6 spots there now that aren't changing.
Are they tandem?
It's not tandem. It's kind of, it's not tandem. It's kind of the parking to the left and to the right. It's not tandem now.
Other questions from the board?
What type of egress will you have from the basement?
You can see on the site plan, there's existing stairs going down to the basement where the X is between the garage and the house, and then we're doing a new set of stairs on the left side of the property, on the top left-hand side. And if you scroll down to the next page, where we can show the egress from the basement. If you zoom in, you can see on the top left-hand corner, there's an existing walking path from Harvard Street, and we're going to connect that path to the new set of stairs that brings you down to the new unit.
So there'll be 2 means of egress.
Correct, 2 means egress, yep. And we're also adding like the window wells for the air and light requirements as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I'm the Dorchester Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on March 4th. With no abutters in attendance and with no further community process required, the proposal was allowed to move forward in the process. To date, our office has not received any letters of support or opposition. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments for this project.
Mr. Councilor Royal's office.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be real quick. Just want to say that the councilor supports this project. We encourage residents to continue to reach out if they ever have any questions or want to submit their public testimony here to the board. But with that, we're happy to see creative uses and trying to continue to add homeownership. So we'd like to support.
Thank you. With that, may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion of approval.
Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Benagraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you so much.
Next, we have case BOA 1719974 with the address of 96 West Concord Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Luis Santana. I am here on behalf of Santos Boscano, which is the owner of the property.
Please proceed.
This is an existing 4-story building. Our proposed project consists of converting the basement into one separate unit. So this is a conversion. Presently, we have 3 units. The 3rd and 4th floor is 1 unit. 2nd and 3rd are the other 2 units. Now, the existing condition is a bi-level unit, so we have the basement and 1st floor. The son of the owner, which used to reside in the basement, is an existing finished space. He has moved out after the studies. He concluded his studies, and now the unit has become too large for the owner, which is a single occupant. So we are proposing essentially to separate the basement from the 1st floor. The entire building is about 3,500 square feet. We have about 2,000 square feet lot. There are 2 violations, which is the density limitations for conversion. although all the dimensional requirements are met, including the floor area ratio, and there is no proposed increase in gross floor area for the building. The scope of work, there is no exterior work except for steps on the rear, which is a walkout basement at the rear entrance. And we are also rearranging the layout of the basement. We will maintain the existing interior stair for access to that basement for the front entrance, and we will slightly enlarge the mechanical room in order to accommodate the sprinkler system. As part of the project, and as required per code, we will have to sprinkler the first floor and the basement unit at the very least. There is no landmarks commission approval since the exterior work is not visible from the street, if any, and we will not be altering also the front windows, since we have located the bedroom which requires windows in the rear of the property and is at grade level. And essentially, no work will be done on the second, third, and fourth floors. The work is limited to portions of the first floor and the rearranged layout of the basement. Other than that, I will have to answer any questions.
So can you clarify what is the space used for now and how much square footage is now, and then how much square foot is proposed and what kind of occupancy? So what's there now?
Yeah, right now the basement is finished and it's part of the first floor. As you can see,
What is it being used for? What is it being used for now?
It's being used for the living room. It has a kitchenette and it has a bedroom.
And what are you proposing to change about it?
We are proposing to relocate the bedroom to the rear, have a kitchen and a living room towards the front, and relocate the bathroom.
Questions from the board?
Is anyone from the BPD on, or Jeff Hampton?
Great question. I would like to know too. Mr. Hampton, are you available?
Great question. You know I'm here.
Well, we would like to speak.
Good. So I have a question for you, Jeff.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, it's pretty typical that some of the units in the South End have these parlor units, or even on Newbury, and so I know that the BPD made its concerns regarding potential flooding. I see the
What is Mom talking about?
I see the use being I see the use being kind of already an existing kind of living unit. You know, they're really just separating it as a unit, but currently is being used as a one, you know, as a two-story kind of residential unit. And so I know that there's potential, you know, the way to get around it is to design with the flood base level elevation, but I would imagine that that would then not make the project usable as a basement. So what's your thought about it, about this project? It's not like it's starting from new, it's, you know, it's kind of existing already.
Thank you, Ms. Betta Barraza, Madam Chair, members of the board, Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. I can't disagree with you on this. However, as you have been aware, and the board has been aware over the years, where the CFROD has come into play, whether it's creating new livable space or expanding livable space, we just don't support it. We've been very consistent on our recommendation on expanding any sort of living space that is in the CFROD. And I understand, you know, there is a lot of this in South End, there's a lot of this in Southie, where, you know, it's one unit where it would have been expanded prior to the CFROD, right? They're just adding square footage, and this was never an issue. But now it is, and, you know, we're just putting it on the record that we have problems with living space in the basement that are in the CFROD based on everything that's in 25A. But again, understanding that this has probably been an existing use and condition for years, I get to leave that tough decision up to you. But our recommendation over the years since CFRA has been put into play is to consistently recommend denial on these types of expansion and creation of living dwelling units, rather.
Okay, great, thank you. So I give it to the applicant then and ask what happens if there's flooding? You know, this unit going to be sold, correct?
No, this unit is for rental. And if I may comment on Jeff Hampton's statement, well, there are two things here. Is the G code, the groundwater overlay district, which does not apply because we don't meet, we are not within the applicability section of this article. There will be no excavation. The present ceiling height is about 7 feet 10 inches, which meet the code requirements, and therefore no excavation is needed below 8 feet of the Boston City base as required on the G code. And that's why we were not cited. The other criteria is paving, which we are not doing. Excavation and the cost of construction being over 50% of the assessed value of the building, which we are not in terms of construction. And in terms of the CFRA, it also does not apply, although it's within that district. The construction that we are doing and the scope of the project, considering that this has been for many, many years an existing finished space, the construction does not trigger the CFRA requirement.
Right, so can I get clarification? Because Jeff, Luis is saying that the CFRA doesn't apply, but the BPD recommendation says it does apply. So which one is it?
So it doesn't apply only because it's not Article 8, and I agree with Luis about this. However, this has been something over the years that even though it doesn't apply, our recommendation remains the same. We've had it done on Harrison Ave, I believe, Washington Street, in South Boston. Like, I'm not disagreeing with Luis. However, you know, it is mentioned on ISD's letter, but our recommendation will be consistent because, you know, CFRA applicability or not, you're still in it, right? So that's our, you know, our feeling on the CFRA and any sort of living space that's in it. And we're going to be consistent in our recommendations for that.
Okay, thank you. And so the alternative would be that it just remains as is, kind of an extension of the first floor to the basement, right, Luis?
Well, yes, but if I may, I mean, the concern that the BPDA has is legit, as Jeff Hampton stated, and I understand that policy. It has solid reasons because of the flood issues that we have presently. But that being said, if it's not applicable, we cannot be denied for a section of the zoning code that is not applicable to the project. That's number one. Number two, if I may just one final comment. Although we haven't performed that study, I believe the floor elevation of the basement is above the 8-foot BCB, and it's a walkout basement too. It's almost a grade level in the rear, so it's minimal. The risk of flood in this particular unit is minimal.
Right, you said it's above. You said it's above the base flood level.
I am pretty sure it is.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you for that.
I do want to point out the violation is also basement dwelling unit forbidden, but with that, I'm going to see if there are any other questions from the board. If not, I'm going to open it up to public testimony. Is there public testimony?
Yeah, good morning. Madam Chair, I'm sorry, there is no any hands raised for this project.
Okay. If there are no other questions from the board, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'm going to make a recommendation to approve the request.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Bettabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1694412 with the address of 84 to 86 Blue Hill Avenue. If the applicant and or their representative are present, would they please explain it to the board?
Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board, yes, we are present. Kyle Smith of Statera Law, business address of 359 Newbury Street in Boston's Back Bay. I also have the proponent, the owner, on the line as well. We have a pre-existing structure for which we have a little bit of confusion in the prior use of the property. Last identified current occupancy of record was a two-family with commercial laundrette on the base level, first floor. At the time the current owner took possession of the property, it was being used for religious church purposes. The current proposal is to convert existing use in a multifamily residential area to a six-family, 2 levels per floor, having entrance ways into the respective units on the first floor level separately along the left side of the building. There's no intent they're only looking to square off the back of the building over what is kind of a current single-story structure. So effectively, all the violations here for setbacks are effectively, pre-existing nonconformities. The only intended proposed change to the building envelope is the expansion or extension of the single-story structure to the rear of the structure to make additional living space. The basement level will be just for storage, refuse, and recycling storage, and mechanicals and other related systems to service the proposed housing above it, with proposed 2-bed, 1-bath units on the first and second and third floor, all of very similar, comparable square footage and sizing. We've had a lengthy process through the community, having met at least twice with the Dudley Street Neighborhood Association due to some internal changes of retooling of the configurations of the units, heeding some feedback from the community about refuse storage, converting that into a basement storage as opposed to the rear of the structure, scaling back the proposed addition to the rear to just extend over the existing single story and not square off the building. And otherwise, as the ONS office can speak to, just the length of the community engagement process. And then we also have a representative of Councilor Worrell's office on the line as well, who I believe is in support of the project as well. So with that, I'm happy to turn it over to questioning for the board and members of the board.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Can we scroll through the plans?
Who's managing the window? Is it by any chance?
All right, as we keep scrolling, and does anyone have a question as we scroll? And I'm not controlling it.
Can we see open space and talk about the open space variance?
Speaking as to it, the current footprint of the building is not proposed to be changing, so it is largely a building that is situated on 2 street fronts that effectively has 0-foot setbacks, which is in conformity with structures effectively left and right and down the street. So there is very little existing space, and we're not proposing to make it any worse than existing, but working with a footprint that doesn't allow for a lot of current or open space.
We're using a site plan, a plot.
Yeah, there's a note about a new stair that encroaches onto the city sidewalk.
So
that elevation there?
Yes, so part of the feedback of the community was to try to engage the streetscape, to try to break up the massing of what is otherwise a very just kind of currently solid brick wall. And the thought was to have separate entranceways into the first floor units to break it up and allow for plantings and, greenery that could kind of be nicely kept, because that is otherwise just currently all brick, all concrete, all sidewalk, and just relatively aesthetically unpleasing. So the design element to add the entranceways and break up the wall face was kind of a request of the community for a design element.
And have you spoken to Public Works about that?
At present, not. But certainly we're part of the process. And it's also subject to BPDA design review, so we wanted to kind of go to them with exterior BPDA approvals and then have the conversations with Public Works.
Hi. Yes, Ms. Turner.
There's also a concern with accessibility on the current street from those stairs. Can you talk about how much clearance there would be on the sidewalk or the impact of the sidewalk given the stairs there?
I guess if the owner is present, can you speak as to dimensionality? We don't have accessibility really to the architect designer currently. There is a slight narrowing, as you can see, but still leaves ample room for wheelchair accessibility between the edge of the stairwell and the fencing there and the edge of the sidewalk.
And thank you.
But the stairs extend longer than your neighbor's stairs.
Up and down the street, I would say yes, they do.
How wide is the sidewalk? And in regards to the plot plan, how much, is it within your lot? I feel like I'm missing that plot plan.
No, it's not. It's encroaching onto the sidewalk.
Can you hear me?
The site plan was definitely part of the submission to ISD. I do have a copy. I can share my screen and present it to you if that does help you.
We don't have that capacity.
Got it. So it is references lying within inside of our lot line, and I'm trying to see the dimension.
Is the existing stairs that comes out of the existing building, is the stairs within the lot line, or is the stairs outside of the lot line?
It's showing as being within inside of the lot line. There's currently stairs on the rear stair.
Okay, what's the dimension of the sidewalk?
The extension off of the building for the existing rear stairs is 3.6 feet in width.
Rear stairs, I'm seeing an A1, can we go to A1? Sheet A1. I'm seeing right there, I'm seeing stairs.
Yeah, there are stairs, right? Yeah.
So those are existing. The plan is to put a second stairwell into the unit that faces onto Blue Hill.
I understand that, so I'm asking, is the lot line, where's the lot line? Is it right on the building? Is that stair within the lot line? Which would be called like a front because you're in a corner lot.
Yep, so per the site plan that I have, which has been presented to ISD, these rear existing stairs are lying within inside of the lot line.
Okay, you're calling this rear, but I'm calling this front. You have that as rear. You're calling that rear, correct?
Yes, though that is the existing stairwell to the rear of the structure, speaking away from Blue Hill Avenue. And those are pre-existing, and per our site plan, those are inside of the lot line.
Inside lot. So do you have in your lot, do you know what the width of the street of the sidewalk is?
On my site plan, the width of the sidewalk is not measured.
It's not measured, okay.
Okay. But if I had to extrapolate, if the existing stairs that you see are 3.6 feet in width, it looks like the sidewalk therefore is approximately, I would say, 6 feet in width if I was to extrapolate for what I see for dimensionality in the stairs.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Jeff Hampton, City of Boston Planning Department. Just if this were to move forward and were to be approved, and I'm sorry to be talking out of turn here, I would request that a plot plan be submitted to the board and to the City of Boston Planning Department so that we can indeed see where these stairs lie. I don't want to, put the cart before the horse and have us do design review if PIC's not even going to approve it. So I would just like to get some, clarifying documents submitted prior to signature, maybe. just so that everybody is on the same page.
Yeah, I'm actually just looking at the Google image, and it appears from all the adjacent buildings that the stairs, existing stairs, seems like it's potentially could be your lot line, because all the other adjacent buildings go out to that edge of the stairs. So nothing is protruding beyond that in your design. No, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
And apologies, this site plan does exist. It clearly has been provided, but not uploaded. And per the site plan, the stairs are not encroaching onto the sidewalk. They're lying outside of the
Great.
lot.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Roxbury Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of 2 abutters meetings facilitated on July 29th and May 7th of 2025, both with no abutters in attendance. The proposal was allowed to move forward. Next, the proposal moved forward to present to Dudley Street Neighborhood Initiative, who voted to approve the project to move forward. To date, our office has received a 33 signature petition of support for the proposal. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Ryan, you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Councilor Worrell just wants to go on the record and say he supports this project and he really appreciates the proponents' communication style going back to the Civic with their redesign plans and the continued communication, as well as the creative use of a area that needed some help. So happy to support.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have any additional comments for this period.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval with the proviso that the project undergoes BPD design review, and that the BPD should look specifically at the site planning in regards to accessibility potentially of the ground floor unit, and that the applicant also provides a stamp plot plan by a licensed surveyor of existing and proposed.
Any other, may I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Appreciate your time.
That will let people know that since we've passed the 11 a.m. hour, that we will ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 11 a.m. hour.
And a reminder that we are a 6-member board.
And what Madam Chair just said.
All right, hearing none.
Hearing none, we will return to the 9:30s, and that will take us to case BOA 1685140 with the address of 4 Springer Street. If the applicant and/or their representative present, would they please explain to the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz with Adams and Moranci, business address of 168 8th Street, first floor, South Boston. Joining me today is the owner, Chris Bono. This proposal seeks to raise the existing structure and erect a new single-family dwelling with ground floor garage for 2 vehicles on a lot consisting of approximately 1,158 square feet. The lot size is a pre-existing non-conforming and requires relief for insufficient lot area as the code requires 2,000 square feet. Proposal also lies within an MFR sub-district. If I can just draw your attention to sheet 5 of 6, please. Ground floor will contain parking for 2 tandem vehicles, which will also create the need for relief under off-street parking for design maneuverability. There is also a small office, approximately 314 square feet, located in the rear of the ground floor. First floor will contain open concept living room, kitchen, dining room, bathroom, and a pantry. Second floor will contain 3 2-bedrooms, 2 baths, and a laundry room. Third floor will contain the master bedroom with a bathroom and a walkout deck, approximately 175 square feet in the rear. If I could draw your attention to sheet 6 of 6. These are the elevations in which you will notice that the first floor does have a small deck in the rear, 88 square feet that will also be used for second means of egress. We have additional violations for a roof structure restriction violation. Violation requires a conditional use permit as the proposed height of the existing structure, despite the height being compliant under the new proposed, requires the conditional use permit for exceeding the height of the existing structure. We have a side yard violation, 3 feet is required by code. The new structure provides a 3-foot setback on one side and a 0.8-foot setback on the other side. However, this type of setback is consistent within the neighborhood. And lastly, we have a rear yard violation. The rear yard requirement is 15 feet, as this proposal falls within the shallow lot exception under Article 68. The proposed rear yard is 11 feet 7 inches, but again, this type of setback is consistent with the neighborhood. At this point in time, Madam Chair, I'm going to turn it over to you for any questions or comments.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on February 6th, at which one direct abutter was opposed due to the proposed height of the building, believing that the height would impede natural light to their property. Gate of Heaven Neighborhood Association is the active civic group in this area, and they're in support of this application. Our office has received one letter of opposition, which was forwarded to the board on February 6th. With that background, our office defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Laura here from Councilor Flynn's office. At this time, Councilor Flynn would like to go on record in support based on a good community process where the development team alleviated original concerns for neighbors and abutters on the heights and views to garner their support. Councilor Flynn asks that the team continue to work closely with residents on any quality of life issues or concerns that arise during the construction phase. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
Madam Chair, before you turn it over to a vote, I just want to highlight one quick thing. I think it's relatively important for the board to understand. What the mayor's office spoke of is what our response was, in fact, of making those changes. So we did address those issues. That letter of support was submitted to the board from the immediate direct abutter. And again, as you heard from Councilor Flynn as well, that he spoke in support based upon the community process and the changes that we did meet, considering what we had heard during the community process. Thank you.
Thank you. And is this new raised hand?
Yes. Sorry, Matthew Sanchez, I'm the direct butter at 6 Springer Street, and like Ryan said, we had some very good community meetings, and I'm in favor of the project.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion of approval.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Great, thank you.
Next, we have case VOA 1672611 with the address of 245-249 East Street. If the applicant is or the representative available, they please explain to the board.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good morning, members of the board. I am Timothy Fraser from the Law Office of Dane Torpy, 175 Federal Street. I represent the applicant in this matter, Eastside LLC. Along with me is Mr. Jason DeMano of Eastside LLC, as well as Mr. Craig McGinnis, the project architect. This project seeks variances to convert the change in occupancy of the premises at 245 East Street, South Boston, from a store, restaurant, and 5 apartments, that's what it is now, to 6 apartments. There's no exterior work proposed. The project is essentially an interior renovation to remove the commercial use and then install a new bath, a new kitchen, and frame 2 bedrooms in the former storefront area. The project triggered the 3 zoning violations while we're here before the board today. The first, with respect to parking, 1.5 parking spaces would be required for this new unit. However, due to this property's proximity to Andrew Square, we view it as a transit-oriented location. And so we think the parking suits the types of tenants expected for the new unit and is consistent with parking in the district. And then the second two violations, the usable open space, we have 1,000 square feet. This new unit would require an additional 200 square feet. The building footprint isn't changing, and we're on two street fronts. We have 0 setbacks, and we have a small open space in the backyard. So we're not proposing to make anything any smaller, but because the building footprint isn't changing, we have proposed no additional 200 square feet of open space. And then the third violation is the lot area insufficient. We're on a 2,350 square foot lot. So we think that that's a typical lot size in the district, and the zoning relief for lot size is actually typical also for properties in this district. The project converts to commercial use into a much needed additional ownership opportunity in the city, or rather not home ownership, but occupancy. And the applicant completed the ONS community process on May 15th. We held an abutters meeting. We're unaware of any opposition to the project and therefore request your support. Mr. McGinnis, the architect, is on the line if you have any questions with regard to the interior renovation and designs of the same. With that, I'll turn it over to the board.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, C. Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner did complete the community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on May 15th, at which there were no comments made. The City Side Neighborhood Association took no position on this proposal. With that background, our office defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chairs and members of the board. Laura here from Consul Flynn's office. At this time, Consul Flynn would like to go on record in support based on a good community process. He respectfully requests that the proponent continue to work with the neighborhood on any quality of life issues during the construction phase. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion? We have a motion. So approval.
I'll second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador.
Next, we have case BOA 1724134 with the address of 193 West Springfield Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Andrew Litchfield with 193 West Springfield Street. I'm here to share with you a single-family renovation project. What we're proposing is adding a roof deck in the rear of the property, as well as 2 off-street parking spaces in the rear of the property as well, that align with the majority of the neighbors to our left and our right on the street. The roof deck is going to be roughly 15 by 15, and it's towards the back of the property, so it won't be seen from the street view. And we've been through the historical commission already with this process. So we're renovating the property right now. We're adding the roof deck and the parking in the rear, and our rear deck as well. We worked closely with the neighbors to our left and our right to come to the plans that you see today. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Mr. Seminelli?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Seminelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both G-card letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I have public testimony?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services regarding 193 West Springfield Street. Our office defers to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting held on 3/31/25, attended by about 4 community members. The feedback from this meeting was that the neighbors are happy to see the property being purchased and renovated, but we're expressing some concerns about the size of the deck. We received one letter expressing support from the proposal. This support was expressed after the applicant had engaged in good faith with the neighbor and a compromise was made regarding the size of the deck. The proposal was also reviewed by the Claremont Neighborhood Association, where the applicant presented to the association on 2/20/25. The association stated that the applicant's new plans align with the abutters and wished them luck in completing the process. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Madam Brazza, second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Rosa?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Bernardo?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Thanks so much. Have a good day.
The next three cases have been deferred, so that will take us to the 11 a.m. hearing. First, we have case BOA 1708672 with the address of 203 Bigelow Street. The applicant and or their representative present, would they please explain? Is anyone present for 203 Bigelow Street? Then we'll move on and come back to that one later. So we'll move to case BOA 1718169 with the address of 12 Haiti Street. The applicant and or their representative is present. Would they please explain this case? Next.
No, keep missing. Okay, keep going.
We'll move on to case.
No, sir, excuse me. Yes, I am for the Bigelow Street apartment. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, 203 Bigelow Street. Yes, my name is Pic David Jacques. I'm referring to 203 Bigelow Street. My parents were the victim of a scam by the contractors Logan Construction Company, and we are trying to build extra space to the second floor, a family space. So we would like to have.
Sorry, do you need to reread that into the record, Mr. Stenbridge, or is that?
Probably a good idea, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank
you. So this will be for case BOA 1708672 with the address of 203 Bigelow Street. You could go ahead. Could you go ahead and explain now, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, we've lived in Brighton for about 35 years, and my parents would like to, our family's expanding, so we were trying to build extra space to the second floor structure to accommodate the arrival of new babies and stuff like that. So we hired a construction company, Logan Construction Company, and they constructed the addition to the house without a permit. And we would like to obtain a permit to finish the construction of that structure. So that's what we're trying to do right now.
Okay, are there questions from the board? Hearing none, can I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on May 13th, at which there were questions regarding the proposal. There was no opposition stated. The Brighton Alston Improvement Association is in support of this application. Our office has received one letter of opposition, which was forwarded to the board prior to the abutters meeting, although it's our understanding that this abutter may have had their concerns addressed at the abutters meeting, so I'm sure if there's still an opposition. With that background, our office defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments.
With that, I have a motion.
Oh, sorry, there is one. Moira?
Hi, sorry, Morgan Frey from Councilor Reed's office. The council would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
With that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to prefer a motion of approval.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Barbarazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Pinato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. I'm just going to remind folks who are waiting to please queue up when it's your turn, or if you want to make a comment during the public comment period. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes, Madam Chair. Since we have reached 11:30, take the opportunity to ask if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferrals from the 11:30 time frame, and remind folks that we are a 6-member board.
I see Mr. Lynn's hand is up again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Stenbridge, I have 2 cases, 87 Morris, which I believe has building code as well as 81 Lexington, separate case.
So there are 2 cases under the address of 87 Morris, so it's both of those?
That's correct.
And 81 Lexington, okay. So we'll begin with case VOA 1482368 with the address of 87 Morris Street. Along with that will be case VOA 1482374, which also has the address of 87 Morris Street. Go ahead, Attorney Lynn.
Thank you. Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Richard Lynch, 245 Sumner Street, East Boston, on behalf of the petitioner, requesting administrative deferral. We also need a deferral to address some of the building code items as well, which we're still working through. Good morning, Ellen.
Timeline?
We could do August 12th, August 26th, September 9th, September 23rd, or October 7th.
Thank you. Appreciate the option. September 9th works.
I think you're filling up our September 9 slot. With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer these cases until September 9th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
And next we have...
We're voting. We're voting.
Sorry about that.
I know, it's a long day already. We're voting. Mr. Stenbridge?
That would do a yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Barbarazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Pinato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Now we move on to the next deferral.
Yes.
Which would be for case BOA 1575584 with the address of 81 Lexington Street. Attorney Lenz.
Thank you. I'm actually trying to make your day shorter, so I appreciate it. For the record, Richard Lynch, 245 Sumner, East Boston. We have a petitioner, just an administrative deferral on this one as well.
Okay, and are we asking for the same date?
I mean, I'll be there, so if that works for the board, I'm happy to do the 9th as well.
Is that work, Caroline?
Yes, it does.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer until September 9th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yeah.
Ms. Barbarazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Pinato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. We'll see you then, and you'll be pithy.
Thank you, and I just, to preview the 12 o'clock interpretations of the 12:30 interpretations, those are all, one is being withdrawn and 2 being deferred. We'll get to those later, but just so the board's aware that we won't be having to deal with any of those, so.
Okay, thank you. Any other deferrals for 11:30s? Okay, Mr. Stenbridge.
None.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
I say about raising those hands.
Yeah,
Okay.
sorry. I'm here on behalf, looking for the deferral for 1A through 1B Mystic Street and companion case 223 through 225 Bunker Hill Street on behalf of my colleague, George Morazzi.
Okay, that's the first ones.
Yes.
So that would be for, so those would be for case BOA 159-8189 with the address of 1A to 1B Mystic Street. Along with that will be case BOA 159-8199 with the address of 223 to 225 Bucket Hill Street. Would you go ahead and explain, Attorney Rick?
Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Ryan Spitz with Adams and Moranci, business address of 168 8th Street, first floor, South Boston. I'm here on behalf of my colleague, George Moranci, looking for an administrative deferral.
Caroline, what's available?
We could do August 12th, August 26th, September 9th, September 23rd, or later.
We'll take September 23rd, please.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer until September 23rd.
May I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Great, thank you. My apologies for the delay.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Jason Roan. I'm representing 12 Havey Street, and we were scheduled for after Bigelow, and I started presenting, and then they presented. Just want to make sure we will be still.
Yes, you will be heard. We're just seeing if there are any more deferrals.
Schedule.
Any other deferrals for 11:30?
Okay, thank you.
If not,
Just
we'll turn
confirming,
it back
thank you.
over. Okay, Mr. Stenbridge?
So with that, we will return to the hearing scheduled for 11 a.m. and we will start off with case BOA 171-8169 with the address of 12 Havey Street. Would you go ahead and explain, please?
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Jason Roan. I carried out the design for this project, and I'm representing the client's homeowners. They're looking to extend living space into the attic level of an existing two-family residence. Can you go back to page 1, please? I just wanted to explain on the left side plan, it's very clear that the footprint of the existing dwelling will remain intact. There will be no changes to the existing foundation walls. The proposed attic plan will be 990 square feet, for which relief will be needed for 752.5 square feet. The new roof peak will be kept under the 35-foot allowable building height, but relief will be needed as the increase in attic floor area changes the height in stories from the existing 2.5 to 3 stories. And we can continue with views of the exterior perspectives, page 2 and page 3. So page 2 shows the new roof structure. It's a contextual gabled roof with cross dormers. And then page 3, the photograph on the left shows the existing conditions of the current residence, which is a 2-family. And we're looking, again, to keep it as a 2-family. The perspective drawing shows the proposed roof design as viewed from Havey Street. We've received full support from neighbors, and we're looking forward to the next steps. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Roslindale Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on May 22nd. With no abutters in attendance, the proposal moved forward in the process and presented to West Village Neighborhood Association. And with no opposition, the proposal was approved to move forward. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Better Baraza, second.
Thank you. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Next, we have 2 companion cases. First is case BOA 1694461 with the address of 28 Carolina Avenue. Along with that, we have case BOA 1694471 with the address of 30 Carolina Avenue. If the applicant or attorney Lacasse present, they please explain to the board.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mark Lacasse, Lacasse Law, 75 Arlington Street in Boston. Attorney for the project proponent, Michael Minkoff. And with us today is Gary Hendren, who is the architect of record. This project involves the conversion of 2 existing commercial industrial structures on the same lot, which is currently a roofing company, into 6 residential units. It involves a complete historic preservation and restoration of the existing historic buildings and conversion to residential use, which is consistent with the character of the area. And indeed, this is a 3F 5000 residential subdistrict, and this lot size is 14,486 square feet, so it's rather large. I just wanted to comment on one thing. The BPDA recommendation includes a request for design review to address the parking situation in terms of screening and buffering, and one of the violations, which is front yard parking. But as you saw in the site plan, the existing buildings are set pretty far back on the parcel, and so the design of the parking area in the front is sort of a function of the existing structures. There's no place to put the parking other than sort of in the front yard, but as Gary Hendren will explain and show you on the site plan and in the renderings, we're taking special care to make that very appealing, because we don't want it to conflict with the very charming historic character of these buildings. Also, Gary will show you that we're doing a lot of open space. For each of the units, we'll have a yard area or a patio area to enhance the appearance of the buildings. With that, I'll turn it over to Gary to talk about the design and the floor plans, and then can address any specific zoning questions that the board may have. Gary.
Thank you, Mark. Members of the board, it's my pleasure to walk you through this project. Again, this historically has, these existing buildings have been used for many uses. The most recent, of course, was the roofing company, which has been there for many years. Before that, the building on the left was actually a carriage house, which was used for actual carriages and horses. And the building on the right originally was used to process milk, later turned into the roofing company. So there are 2 very distinct buildings, the one on the left being wood frame, the one on the right being a brick construction. But we are restoring both buildings with 3 units in each of the buildings. And as you can see, as you're coming off Carolina, there's actually quite a grade change at the bottom of the site plan. There's pretty much a steep pitch ramp that comes up to the flat area in between the buildings where the parking is going to be. Historically, of course, that's where all the trucks and people working in the buildings were there. And in between the 2 buildings was really a storage yard for roofing materials. All this is being turned into a nice landscape area, and we have plenty of room to put landscaping to screen the parking area, which is about 3.5 feet above Carolina Street. In terms of the entranceways, there's an existing steps and entrance in the front of the building on the right, which is going to be restored and reused. And so that particular entrance faces the street. The other 2 units are like townhouses, so they will enter off the courtyard. The entrance to the building on the left is at that corner area, so that main entrance does face the street, which is, again, one of the conditions that we're looking for relief from. Can we go to the next drawing? This just shows we're reusing most of the dormers that exist. And again, the building with the circle around it it's primarily, the existing building does have a 2-story in the front and then a 1-story in the rear. We are adding a third bedroom to one of the units, so there's a small addition on the second floor, but we are not altering the footprint of either building. So there are some issues with the setbacks being less than what's required, but that's because the existing buildings were built long before zoning was in place. Can we go to the next slide? Nothing new there. Next slide. And this shows how we're dividing up to make some very unique. Each unit is essentially a townhouse with 2 to 3 bedrooms in each unit, and then the 6 parking are right there on the front. As you can see, there's quite a bit of open space adjacent to the little retaining wall along Carolina, and there's quite a bit of open space between the buildings, which will all be landscaped and divided into little private yards or places for patios for each of the units. Next slide. And that just shows you the second floor, and where that on the on the right side, where the sort of peachy colored bedroom is and the yellow bathroom, that's the small addition, and that was just to make this a larger unit for having a family, what we're calling the family unit. Next slide. And in terms of elevations, we're not altering the roof designs. We're keeping the brick, just restoring the brick. And again, in the center of this elevation, you can see the small addition that we're putting on the second floor of the building that's on the right, which was where the actual roofing materials were bent and formed into gutters and things like that. Next slide. And that's just the history of when it was built and some additional information. So if you have any questions about the design, we'd be glad to take them at this point.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Jamaica Plain Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on May 8th with 2 abutters in attendance. One abutter voiced support and the other abutter inquired about rental or ownership, the size of the lot, to the number of proposed vehicles, and concern for trees on the property. Next, the proposal was presented to Jamaica Plain Neighborhood Council for zoning on June 4th, who voted in support of the proposal. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you. Jesus, are there other raised hands?
I'm sorry, yes, we have Anthony. Please, you can proceed. Say your name and address.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Anthony Gilardi from City Councilor Erin Murphy's office. The council would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have another person, Jane Rucamo. She sent a message, but she was also promoted as a panelist. Not sure if you want me to read the message.
I don't. You want to read it? Go ahead, please.
Okay, she sent about it, and she would like to ask about 2 issues with the 28 and 30 Carolina Street. The plot shows me and about it and the 3 parcels, 2 which are now owned by me. I am a 70 Sedgwick Street only. Second, I would like to ask the owner about whether the several trees which cross property lines will be affected by the construction, and if so, how? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think, can I answer the question?
Whichever makes sense, please.
Anyway, no, the trees, particularly along the back property line, will not be impacted by the construction, and they are to remain.
Thank you.
Without, we don't have additional comments.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony? May I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Madam Chair, I'll put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that the project provides buffering and screening along the parking area.
That's fine.
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Baraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you kindly, members of the board.
Yes, thank you.
Next, we have two companion cases. The first being case BOA 173-0651 with the address of 16 Patterson Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 173-0659 with the address of 18 Patterson Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please explain to the board?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is James Christopher of 686 Architects with the business address of 10 Forbes Road in Braintree. I'm joined by my client, Joseph McEachern. The proposal before you is to subdivide the existing 6,092 square foot lot into two lots. Lot A, which houses the existing single-family home at 16 Patterson, will be 3,361 square feet, and Lot B will be 2,731 square feet, and we are proposing the erection of a two-unit townhouse-style building on 18 Patterson Street.
Sorry, I might interrupt, James. Madam Chair, I actually need to recuse from this.
Okay, we will be a 5-member board.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The existing house at 16, the single family, will remain. There is as a single family home, there is an existing garage to the rear which will be raised. There'll be a common driveway between the two buildings with two nose-in parking spaces behind the building, parallel to the driveway, and then two individual spaces for the single family home to the rear of the lot. We conducted a robust community process. We held an abutters meeting and met with the Lower Mill Civic Association. One of the requests of the neighbors was to relocate the siding of the building so that at the corner of Patterson, we have a 3-foot setback. It was originally at 1.2, which goes up to 4.6 feet in the rear. We also reduced the FAR. It's a 3-story building with 3 bedrooms, 2.5 baths. If you go through the slides, the plans will illustrate what I'm going over now. 3 beds, 2.5 baths, and they are 1,603 square feet each. So with that, I will turn. We also received letters of support from our direct abutters at 14 Patterson, which is our property line abutter, as well as at 27 Brookvale, and several other abutters in the area of within the direct abutter confinement. Also, the subdivision and use, we took a really close look at the existing makeup, particularly on the block between Patterson and Dorchester Avenue, which is directly across the street on this slide, as you see the site plan here. And the density and use as proposed on this site is very, very consistent with the housing makeup in that section in this neighborhood of the city. So with that, I'll turn it over to any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Well, Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services regarding 16 to 18 Patterson Street. Our office defers to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, included an abutters meeting held on 4/28/25 that was attended by about 5 community members. The feedback from this meeting was significant opposition regarding the proposal, citing the parking behind the building being insufficient, as well as the distance between the structure and the sidewalk, as well as the conformity with the neighborhood for this proposal. Additionally, we received 7 letters in opposition to the proposal expressing concerns such as the stop sign that is already disregarded will be further obscured by the large building on a street with families, the size of the building in relation to other structures on the street, and sustained noise and trash pollution in the neighborhood due to construction. We have also received 4 letters of support regarding the proposal. It was reviewed by the Lower Mill Civic Association at their meeting where they expressed support for the proposal after some changes were made by the applicant. At this time, the Mayor's Office Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, members of the board, Liam Remus from Council Conservative Office, also have a letter for this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anthony Gilardi.
Good morning again, Madam Chair, members of the board. Anthony Gilardi from City Councilor Erin Murphy's office. The council would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may as well, we did receive email comments, and I just saw it in the chat from an abutter, Mr. Morales. Question, construction safety, I just wanted to try to address his concern. Some of it was, there's some rabbits on the site. We anticipate that once we stop mobilizing the rodents will move along. We will bait the site for rodent abatement as is required by the building permit process. And any construction that takes place will be in accordance with the City of Boston requirements and the state standards. And if there are any concerns, they can reach out to me directly and we'll address them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? May I have a motion? May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Next, we have two additional companion cases. First being case BOA 1703866 with the address of 99 Hutchings Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1695630 with the address of 99R Hutchings Street. If the applicant and/or their representative were present, would they please explain to the board?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Anat Beck Nachtigal from Derek Rubinoff Architects in West Roxbury. I'm here to present Cedric Cooper and Sonia Barros. It's actually quite simple project. We really want to convert the existing carriage house to a detached single family for the owners. The owners right now lives in the main building. There's 3 family units, which is the yellow outlined. And we want to use the existing structure, the carriage house, which actually is an old carriage house and it needs a lot of TLC. It's a beautiful building. And if you can scroll down, I can take you through. If you go to the last sheet, it actually shows, go to 99R, which is the project itself. This is the secondary permit where the main building is now out of compliance because we have 2 structures on one lot. If you go to the 99R, we'll see the entire project. Correct. Okay. Go to the last sheet and I'll just show you the carriage house. So here in the zoning analysis and building code, so we're converting the rear carriage house. It's a 99R, and we have 4 existing parking spaces, and the owners are doing just basically utilizing the existing structure in the back with open living space with a guest living area and then upper floor will be just a master suite. So there's a bunch of violations, one for the 99R, which is lawn frontage insufficient because of the 2 structures. The front, and a part of it is also front yard insufficient, rear yard insufficient, it's a bit closer than what required, and we are 2 buildings on the same lot, 2 dwellings on the same lot, and that's for 99, it's 2 violations. So it's a beautiful structure. We want to work on it and make it, just livable space. And so that's pretty much the project.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Madam Chair and members of the board, for the record, my name is Jeremy Bembury. I am the Roxbury Community Engagement Specialist for the Office of Neighborhood Services. The applicant has completed the community process, which consisted of an abutters meeting facilitated on April 22nd, where the proposal was received unanimously, where the proposal was received unanimous support from attendees. Next, the proposal was presented to Greater Charleston Neighborhood Association, where they voted to support the proposal. To date, our office has received 17 letters of support, one being from Greater Charleston Neighborhood Association. Thank you for your time, and the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services would like to defer to the board for their judgment.
Thank you.
Mr. Morales, you can proceed.
Mr. Morales, are you speaking
Without,
of this project?
okay, we don't have any additional.
I'm actually not in favor of 18 Patterson Street. I raised my hand for that property.
Okay, well, no.
Yeah, I mean, you got 7 opposition letters, 7 opposition, 4 in favor. And
Thank you.
how is
Thank you.
it
We're
that
on 99
it's approved?
Hutchins.
The
Thank
board
you.
doesn't live on the.
With that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you very much.
We'll return to the 11:30 schedule, but we'll go to the interpretations cases scheduled for noontime and ask if there are any requests for withdrawal of deferral.
Mr. Lenz?
Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Richard Linz on behalf of petitioners on the interpretation matters. For 944 Saratoga, Mr. Stenbridge, we did receive the corrected refusal letter and the violations have been removed, so I can withdraw that one.
I would call the office.
Okay. So let's just read it into the record.
Case, so that would be for case BOA 1704440 with the address of 944 Saratoga Street. I'll make a motion that have the case withdrawn.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you. With respect to the other 2 matters, 62 to 66 Condor, as well as 265, 269 Maverick, those have issues that were common to 944 Saratoga, and we're just waiting for ISD to rescind those violations as well. So we would ask that both of those cases be deferred until such time as the updated refusal letter has been issued.
So with that, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Do we need a date, Caroline?
Yeah, we could do August 12th, 26th, September 9th, 23rd, October 7th.
How much time do you need, Mr. Lenz?
I think we can have this resolved by the end of August. I think it's a matter of just confirming what we did on 944 is pretty much the same on the other one. So end of August is fine for a placeholder.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Motion to defer to August 26th.
May I have a second?
Better Bronson?
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
So with that, we will return to the 11 o'clock hearings. Bear with me, Madam Chair, was there any, there was another 12 o'clock interpretation request. Is there any request for that to, around that one? Madam Chair, I've been informed that ISD is present and ready to talk about this case. So
Okay, so are we listening to 23 Wachusett?
that is where we're going, Madam Chair.
Okay, let's do it.
So with that, we call for case BOA 173-2190 with the address of 23 Wachusett Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, would they please explain?
We're here for 23 Wachusett. Is the applicant on? Doesn't appear to be on. Caroline, do you want us to circle back to it or to defer it?
You could defer it or deny it since they're not here.
Fair. Well, before we deny it, can we hear from ISD then?
Yes. I believe Sarah, so.
Is someone from ISD on to
Yes.
this?
Sarah
Okay.
Tavares from Planning and Zoning, ISD. So this application came in of extension of living space and adding a dormer on the top floor, which with that, it did give them a couple violations. 9.1 extension of non-conforming, floor area exceeding usable open space insufficient, front yard insufficient, side yard insufficient, and also rear yard insufficient. This is a 2-family in a 1-family zone, so it's already a non-conforming structure. And by extending or creating anything new within the envelope of the structure would already trigger these violations.
Are there questions from the board? Are you ready to make a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of denial.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Donato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Thank you.
Yes.
So with that, we will return to the 11 o'clock cases. And we will go to case BOA 173-1880 with the address of 134 Hampton Street. This is an Article 80 case. So we'll ask if the applicant and or their representative will explain the case to the board.
Yes, good afternoon now, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, Miller, and Hanley. If Mr. Ambassador could go back to the second slide, please. Madam Chair will be pithy, as you like to say, for this matter.
Thank you.
As much as we can. Here on behalf of Ballman Capital Group, next slide, Mr. Ambassador, I'm sorry. This will just be our team, Casper Ballman, who's the property owner and developer, and also from Rhodey Architects, Jonathan Quinn is on with us from the development team.
Next. Managing the slides, can you scroll?
Yeah, just to the next slide. Perfect. And this is just the rest of our team. Again, it's an Article 80 project, so full range of consultants from transportation, civil, sustainability, et cetera. Next slide, please, Mr. Ambassador. Perfect. So 120, 134 Hamden, it's 4 parcels. This is kind of an overall summary. The combined lot size is 29,000 square feet. We're in the Newmarket neighborhood of Roxbury. It's currently an Iron Mountain storage facility, so a records warehouse. and it's an existing 6-story building of about 73,000 square feet. And as you'll see in future slides, a lot of pavement, impervious surfaces, really an underutilized building lot. And the proposal before the board today is to change the occupancy of the building, kind of an adaptive reuse to a self-storage use, which would be the main use of that 73,000 square feet, along with some other accompanying changes of use that you can see here on the right side of the slide. And then also new construction of an additional building, 6-story addition at a vacant portion of the site, which will include about 32,000 square feet. And that will be new retail, office, and then self-storage on the upper floors there, which will kind of better activate this street corner at Hamden and Norfolk Avenue. Next slide, please, Mr. Ambassador. And this is just the existing conditions. Again, the site in red at the top, and you can see Hamden, Norfolk streets there, as well as Howard Street. And this is the former Howard storage building, which you can see on the lower images, built in the early 1900s. This area is really deficient public realm. The sidewalks, the street trees, there's really not a lot there, as you can imagine. And then you'll see this is really an edge condition between kind of the Newmarket industrial core and then the residential part of Roxbury across Hamden Street on the left-hand side of the top image. Next slide, please. We are in Plan Newmarket, so we just wanted to highlight that. It was recently adopted, which resulted in these zoning changes, I think from 2023, and then Article 90 in the zoning code was changed, was enacted in February of last year. And that adopted zoning changes in the area. Planning department, this is large project review, so they did approve the project in May under Article 80 large project review as being aligned with the new Plan Newmarket and the new zoning changes in the area. Next slide, please. This is just quickly to highlight some of the zoning conditions on the site. Again, it's a very large, non-conforming industrial site, long existing warehouse structure that covers a lot of the site. We do have a lot of street frontage, over 200 feet on Hamden Street, over 250 feet on Norfolk, and 32 feet on Howard. So we are also in a regular kind of uniquely shaped corner lot, which speaks to the zoning relief. A lot of unimproved surface areas, as I mentioned, and that edge condition. So there's a lot going on the site. And again, the adaptive reuse of the existing storage building does limit what we can do from a siting, zoning, activity perspective on the site. Next slide, please. This is just project benefits. Not gonna go through these line by line, but there are a lot of benefits here because we did go through Article 80 due to the change of use of 50,000 or more square feet. Really was a thorough and productive Article 80 process. We had a great impact advisory group. We had great engagement with the Newmarket Business Improvement District, who had awesome ideas on how to really activate the street corner and bring some vibrancy to the neighborhood at this area, more active street frontage and public benefits. We really worked hard with them on mitigation and benefits that will help address some of the needs in the immediate area. Next slide. This is just the zoning chart. Again, we are located in this new Newmarket 21st Century Industrial Zoning District in the Newmarket Creative Industrial Zoning Subdistrict, which is a mouthful, under Article 90 of the zoning code. So the use is actually conditional. The self-storage use is a technical change of use. It is a warehouse use now, but under the new zoning code in this area, self-storage was actually carved out as a conditional use under Article 90. So we do need a conditional use permit for that. We need max building lot coverage. The requirement, as you can see in the chart, is 50%. It's actually an existing nonconformity at 54%, and we're proposing 59% with that new building addition. And then max building height, again, no changes to the existing 6-story building, but we're adding an addition to it, like a wing, so to speak, on the vacant portion, and that's meant to match the height So what's required is 5 stories and 65 feet, and what's existing is 6 stories and 67 feet. And we are proposing the new addition to also be 6 stories and 67 feet to match the existing height. So we do need a slight variance for building height, stories, and feet. Next slide, Madam, Mr. Ambassador. This is just the refusal letter. I just walked you through the zoning, but I'm happy to go back through this. And next slide, Jonathan Quinn from Rhodey. A few more slides, Madam Chair. He's just going to show you quickly what we're proposing. So, Jonathan, you want to take over quickly?
Sure. Thank you, Nick. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Jonathan Quinn from Rhodey Architects, 535 Albany Street in Boston. So as Nick noted, we're proposing an approximately 100,000 square foot self-storage, retail and office building. It's mainly self-storage. So this is the ground floor plan that you're looking at. The large rectangular portion of the building in the bottom right is the existing building. That will be mainly self-storage. And then our addition is sort of that triangular shaped portion of the building, which at the ground floor will be retail. And then as it wraps around to the back parking lot, it's going to be a office for the self-storage. So they'll have, visibility on the parking lot and control of that for security. At the addition, we've stepped the building back from the existing and, to create an outdoor space for that retail, whatever business will be in there. We're hoping that they can activate the street with that step back. And then, as you can see on the site, we've kind of stepped the building back as we've gone down Norfolk Street to create a lot more green space on the site. We are complying with the complete streets for an industrial neighborhood where the street trees are actually set back from the sidewalk to protect them from trucks. And then in the back, the existing parking lot will be, rehabbing that and making it more efficient and more useful for self-storage. You can go on to the next slide. So these are just the full set of floor plans. So as I said, at the ground floor would be self-storage in the existing building, a retail space in the addition with a little bit of office for the self-storage. At the second floor, again, will be self-storage, pretty much self-storage throughout in the existing building. But then at the second floor in the addition will be some type of office space for a tenant later on down the road. And then the rest of the building all the way up is self-storage. Within that self-storage, there will be some set aside specifically for like collectibles or wine storage. There's some existing storage spaces on the fourth floor for that. And then Casper Development has dedicated some of the self-storage for business storage, I believe on the first floor, but that's still to be determined, but it will be a percentage of self-storage for local businesses to use. Next slide. So these are the elevations. I'll quickly go through these. The south elevation on the bottom left is the Hampton Street elevation. So you can see we are recladding the existing building. As you probably saw from the existing condition pictures, the facade actually failed and fell into the street. So that has been removed, made safe, but now we will be recladding it, putting back brick to kind of speak to the history of the building and the neighborhood, and then some more modern kind of industrial materials used throughout the rest of the building. We're going to use insulated metal panel. You can see we've set in portions of it to kind of ghost it what the windows were. As you might guess, self-storage doesn't really require a lot of windows. So, we wouldn't be putting those back in, but we are trying to, make the facade a little more interesting and, ghosting in those windows we felt like kept with the history of the building, but also added a little interest to the facade. As you move down Hampton, you can see it gets a lot more glassy at the retail and office space, and then above is more metal panel. The few other elevations you can see in the west and north show how the building steps as it moves down Norfolk. And then the east elevation is a small portion of it on Hampton there. Not Hampton, sorry, Howard. And you can see we've kind of pulled some lines off of the existing neighboring building, which is actually attached, and try to, incorporate the building as best we could with the neighborhood. Next slide, please. So these are the renderings. You can see a little bit more of, how we've used materials and how we've tried to incorporate some of the brick, the historical materials, and then, these large industrial buildings there's no getting around how big they are, but we try and emphasize that and highlight it and use the materials and color to make them interesting and break up the facade. So as I spoke to, we've sent in some of the metal panel to ghost in where those windows were. We've added windows at the stairwells where we can, and large glass portions at the retail. Then you can see the addition sort of steps back to create those public green spaces as it moves down Hamden and wraps the corner and then down Norfolk Street. We've tried to add color and, changing of the materials to create some visual interest there. And, that moment at the corner of Norfolk and Howard Street with the large portions of glass and the public space for the retail. Next slide, please. So that's our presentation. We'll take any questions from the board at this time.
Questions from the board?
Okay. Are you convinced that retail use will work here on this site?
Yeah, that's a great question, Ms. Better-Baraza. I think we've worked, Casper is pretty confident in that. We've had discussions with the Newmarket Business Improvement District folks and Sue Sullivan to have those discussions. And then actually as part of our mitigation for the project and our discussion with the planning department and with others, we actually are providing the first year of free rent for the retail tenant to make sure that there is a viable tenancy there. So it's a great question, but one that I think we really had good discussions on already with the city. And part of the mitigation is that free rent, which was included in our memo with the planning department.
In the memorandum. Okay, thank
Yep.
you. No further questions.
Dylan Norris?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board, and good morning. My name is Dylan Norris, and I'm just reading into the record as the project manager with the Development and Review Division of the Planning Department for the Article 80B large project. For you today, just for reference, on November 22nd, 2024, the proponent team for 134 Hamden filed a letter of intent under the Planning Department's policy regarding provision of mitigation by development projects, which solicited nominations for an impact advisory group, which were delivered to local and state elected officials. On February 19th, 2025, that impact advisory group, or IAG, was finalized with 5 members. The proponent then filed a project notification form for the project on February 21st, 2025, which initiated a 30-day public comment review period. Notice and the project notification form were sent to the city's public agencies, departments, as well as the elected officials. Additionally, copies of the project notification form were sent to all of the impact advisory group members, as well as distributed through the Roxbury and Newmarket distribution lists. The planning department subsequently sponsored and held one general virtual public meeting on March 25th, 2025, and a virtual impact advisory group meeting on March 24th, 2025, in order to solicit feedback and review the proposed project. The IAG and public meetings were advertised on the planning department website, distributed through the Roxbury and Newmarket neighborhood update lists. The public meeting and IAG were also advertised on the website and sent to the relevant newspapers. The project was then brought before and considered by the Planning Department Board on May 15th, 2025 and approved. I am happy to answer any questions members of the board may have related to the Article 80B process. Thank you so much.
Okay, Ben, you can go ahead.
Mr. Murphy?
Mr. Murphy?
Hi, my name is Ben Murphy. I'm with the Newmarket Business Improvement District. I'm here to speak in support of this proposed project. There's a lot that we like about this project. Casper and his team have been extremely responsive in coming to us, asking us and all of the abutters what we think of their project. totally open to any feedback. On top of that, they've already shown excitement to get involved in the area themselves. He's moved his headquarters up to Boston here in order to be closer to this project and to become part of the business community in the area. On top of that, it's also a great use of a very old building that was very difficult to utilize productively. Normally, we would not be extremely thrilled by new self-storage, but the fact that Casper and his team are adding this whole new development for a retail space as well makes it a project that we are very happy to see come into the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rimas, you can proceed.
Hello, Madam Chair, I'm Blue Board, Mayor Remus from Council Conservative Office. Also, that strong record in support of this proposal.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Connor Newman with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This time the Mayor's Office likes to defer to the judge for this board. As you heard, this went through a lengthy Boston planning-led community process involving good conversations with the community. Understand the community is excited to see activation on the ground level. The Mount Pleasant Association is also in support of this proposal and looks forward to working further with the applicant and having them at one of their meetings if approved by this board. With that information, we'll defer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have any additional comments.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
May I have a second? Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazzo?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. And with that, I'm going to ask for a 15-minute break. We all need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Okay. Mr. Stenbridge.
Present, Madam Chair.
Ms. Benabraza.
Present.
Ms. Turner. Present. Mr. Collins.
Present.
Ms. Panado.
Present.
Thank you. Just a reminder, we are a 6-member board. Mr. Stenbridge.
Yes, Madam Chair, and returning to the 11 o'clock cases, we go to case BOA 171-6327, the address of 263 Clarendon Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, they please explain the case to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Stenbridge. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Dennis Quilty. I'm an attorney at McDermott, Quilty, Miller and Hanley, office of 28 State Street, representing the end user today, which is the Learning Project Elementary School at the address of 263 Clarendon Street proposed. With us this morning, Justin Hodge, who's the head of school for the Learning Project, and Mimi Lord of Util Architecture, who is the project architect. I hope they have been elevated to panelists for this presentation. The use in question is to change occupancy from the present use and occupancy at this location, which is lodging house, to elementary school, including offices, classroom space, and meeting space at 263 Clarendon. The school, the Learning Project, has been in operation at 107 Marlborough Street, which is approximately a block away on the Marlborough Street, down from the Clarendon intersection of Marlborough Street. They have operated there for many, many years, and just as an aside, my 3 daughters graduated from the school 25 to 30 years ago. They are a well-known and well-loved institution in the neighborhood. They have existed for many, many, many years with no issues, no concerns, have been a very good neighbor at all times. This building became available. They were in need of additional space. They reached out to me, and I suggested immediately that they begin outreach with the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay, with their abutters, with people in the community, et cetera, which they have done with great success, quite frankly. We are pleased to let you know that we received a letter of non-opposition from the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay. We have also we know there are letters in your file from State Representative Jay Livingstone and City Councilor Durkin in support, as well as many other letters of support from people in the neighborhood. We had a ONS abutters meeting on May 22nd where we answered questions and received general support from the folks who attended that meeting upon the answers we provided to them. This use, which is the main subject here, of course, is one that we believe can be conducted without any disruption to the community in a similar way that we have conducted the school operations at 107 Marlborough for many, many years without issue. We have also reached out, so that you're aware, to the Back Bay Architectural Commission, which would be the exterior design review element required for this location, just as to keep lines of communication open in the event there are any issues on the exterior. The main issue here again is the use. The dimensional items which were cited are all existing conditions. The FAR, the rear yard setback and parking, all existing conditions, no additional changes in those regards were made by this application. We believe, as we appear before you this morning, that we are fully supported in the community, and we certainly look forward to taking your questions. I would like to introduce Mr. Hodge. Would like to make a brief presentation. I know you're very delayed here this morning. We'll be as quick as we can, but I would like to, I think the board should hear from Mr. Hodge to the operations, if I may.
Great. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you. Yep, and thank you to the ZBA for hosting us today. As Dennis said, my name is Justin Hodge. I'm the head of school for the Learning Project. For those who are unfamiliar with our school, the Learning Project is a small K-6 elementary school founded in 1973. It is located in 2 locations. Our main building, as Dennis said, is at 107 Marlborough Street, just around the corner from our project at 263 Clarendon. And this is where we host grades 1 through 6. And our kindergarten is in the basement of the First Baptist Church, another block away at the corner of Clarendon Street and Com Ave. The Learning Project is distinctly small for an elementary school, serving approximately 118 students per year, 60% of whom live in Back Bay and its contiguous neighborhoods, and the rest come to us from the greater Boston area, most of whose parents work in the downtown area. Our project today is critical for our long-term sustainability in Back Bay. For one, having our main entry point of kindergarten subject to a lease is a major vulnerability for the school, and it was determined by our board that it should be housed in a location owned by the school for long-term viability. In addition, the school is in desperate need of administrative office space, as well as space for subject classes like art and science, as they're currently in shared classrooms, which often conflict and limit what we can offer to students during the school day. So we've been looking at real estate properties for the past 10 years. Nothing quite worked for us, either because of the size or the distance from our main building, or more often than not due to the high price point in Back Bay. We even considered selling our building at 107 Marlborough and buying a larger building in a different, less expensive neighborhood, but ultimately decided against that. 107 really is a touchstone for our alumni and alum parents, and our Back Bay location is key to our identity and our mission. So at long last, we came upon 263 Clarendon, a building appropriately sized for our use, within our price range and with such rare proximity to our home at 107 and the Clarendon Street playground that it was absolutely ideal. It's a 5-floor building. We plan to use 1 level as administrative offices and 1 floor to house our kindergarten classroom of about 18 to 19 students, along with their 3 teachers. The rest is still being considered by our staff and the board, but will likely involve classroom space for the school's use, such as art space or otherwise. So as Dennis said, over the past year, the board and I have gone through those appropriate steps in this rezoning and architectural process, including working collaboratively with the city and the neighborhood association and the neighbors, and we feel that we've addressed all those questions and any concerns that were brought up. So we hope you'll support our project today. We want to thank you for your consideration of our school. We do feel that providing a permanent home for our kindergarten and the space that our students and administrative staff need would allow us to thrive now and into the future. And with that, I'll open it up to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
Yes, I have one question. Have you had any communication with the Boston Landmarks Commission?
We've met, ma'am, with the Back Bay Architectural Commission on a number of occasions, yes.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? May we have public testimony? Mr. Simonelli.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on May 22nd, at which abutters posed questions about how the change of use would affect traffic flow, possible vehicle idling, as well as whether there would be any impacts on trash accumulation. Petitioners were able to answer these questions. The Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay is in non-opposition to this application. With that background, our office defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Simonelli.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Simonelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both G-card letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other raised hands?
Madam Chair, we have another hand, Sam. Mr. Sam Courage, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. This is Samantha Courage with Councilor Sharon Durkin's office. The councilor is in support of this proposal. Notably, NAB voted not to oppose this change. We've been in contact with the head of school. We believe that they've been supportive and good partners with the community, as well as our office. And so for those reasons, the councilor is in support. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, there are no additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
There a second?
Better Baraza, second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have two companion cases. First is case BOA 1683385 with the address of 240 to 246 Commercial Street. Along with that, we have case BOA 1683388 with the address of 240 to 246 Commercial Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, will they please explain to the board?
Thank you, Stenbridge. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Attorney Jeff Drago at Drago Toscano with the business address of 11 Beacon Street, here on behalf of the 240 Commercial Street LLC. And with me from the ownership team is Mary Lapoli, a part of the ownership and development team, and then Guy Grassi, who's the architect for the project. What you're looking at in this rendering is the exterior of the existing building, and you can see it's the larger building that houses Billy T's restaurant on the ground level. Just a point of reference with the Juliet balconies. The proposal is to change the occupancy from its current use, which is restaurant. If you could stay on that other, thank you, Mr. Ambassador. To change the occupancy from the restaurant and office use. It has 8 office spaces inside, plus the residential, plus the restaurant on the ground level. Is to change that to a restaurant on the first floor, which would remain, and 8 residential condominium units above in the upper floors, and then to add 2 exclusive roof decks to the top floor units of the building. Just by way of background, you can see that's the existing conditions on the left and just an aerial view, very similar to other buildings in the area. During the pandemic, like so many other office buildings, this one fell on hard times. There were a lot of vacancies. My client does a lot of residential development, and given the need for residential housing, they wanted to change the use, and so that was where we came up with the proposal. All of the work would be primarily on the interior of the building, other than pointing the exterior and adding some Juliet balconies, and then the roof work for the 2 exclusive roof decks. Next slide, please, Mr. Ambassador. This is just, as you can see, the plot plan just shows the contours of the building. If you go down about 8 slides, you'll start getting into the plans, which I'll go over. The proposed floor, if you go a little bit further, it'll show the proposed. Yeah, right after this is the elevations. Next slide down is this, one more down, and then one more. Yeah, this starts to show the proposed conditions. So in the basement, it would remain as mechanical and utility room, storage area, and then storage area for the restaurant. The first floor would remain as the existing restaurant with a common lobby and a new enlarged elevator system. Second floor would house units 1 and 2, and those would just have those proposed French balcony doors and small railings on front. Third floor would house unit 3 and 4, same with those small French balconies. Fourth floor, units 5 and 6, and then the 5th floor, units 7 and 8, and then via access by hatch, those would house the 2 roof decks. The size of the roof decks, if you start to go down in the plans, Mr. Ambassador, you'll see the roof decks are 587 square feet and 545 square feet. These units are large, so they're family-sized units as well, and one of them will be used for family members of the Lapoli family as well. So these are all 3-bedroom, 3-bath, except unit 2 would be a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. Other ones are all 3-bed, 3-bath, and they range from 1,515 square feet to 1,646 square feet, which is something that the folks of the North End liked, because so many times we see smaller units in this district, and they like the idea of condominiums and larger sized units. Just to go over some of the violations, we were cited for G-code applicability, and we did get the sign off from Boston Water and Sewer. We got cited for the roof structure and building height restrictions because we are adding, and you can see it here, the roof deck on the top floor. All of the other, and then open space, we were under on units 1 through 6, although the top 2 units met the requirement with the exterior balconies on top, or roof decks. All of the other violations, off-street parking, rear yard setback, and building height in feet, were pre-existing violations, and so we're not changing any of those at all. And so we were happy to go through the community process. I know NURA sent a letter of non-opposition, and NUNEC supported the proposal as well. With that, I can pause and answer. Oh, and just to point out that in the BPDA's recommendation, they mentioned that this is consistent with the goals of the city's office conversion program. Although this was smaller than what would qualify for that, it did fall under those guidelines. So thank you for your time, and I'll pause to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
These buildings typically don't have 2 staircases in them. Are you adding a second staircase, or is one are there 2 existing staircases?
If Guy is on, he can go over sort of the layout of the egresses in the building.
Hi, my name is Guy Grassi with Grassi Design Group. We're the architects. If, Mr. Ambassador, you could scroll to the floor plans, the proposed floor plans. Just keep going, because there's a bunch of existing condition plans. To answer your question quickly, there are 2 existing stairs. There were 3 buildings here once upon a time, historically. As an office building, there are actually 2 existing interior stairs. We're maintaining some parts of it and extending other parts, modifying them, but there will be 2 interior stairs that go from the 5th floor down to the exterior. You go a couple more slides up, you'll see the plan of that. If you keep scrolling down, I'm sorry. But anyway, there are 2 interior stairs.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Hello, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Regarding 240 to 246 Commercial Street, our office defers to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including on the butters meeting held on 11/6/24, that was attended by about 4 community members, where primarily questions were asked and no support or opposition was expressed during the meeting. The proposal was also reviewed by the 2 local civic associations, the North End and Waterfront Neighborhood Council. As Attorney Drago expressed, they did express support regarding the proposal, but this morning they did also submit a letter of support to my office, which we took in and provided in this testimony. And then North End Waterfront Residents Association did also submit a letter in non-opposition to the proposal. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you, everyone, for your time and consideration.
Mr. Seminelli?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Christian Seminelli, Boston Groundwater Trust, and we have both G-code letters from the applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gabriela Ramirez, please proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Gabriela Ramirez on behalf of Councilor Gabriela Coletta Zapata. At this time, the councilor would like to go in support with this proposal.
Thank you. Mr. John Ketchum, please. Mrs. John Ketchum.
Hi, I'm not John Ketchum, that's my husband. My name is Adrian Dion, and I would like to thank the chair and the board for this opportunity to speak to you. I am opposed to the renovation for 2 reasons. One, because of the height, it's already over height, and adding decks would make it even higher. There are only two buildings that are as high, and one of them is the Prince Building, which has been there since forever and a day, and another tall building at the end of the block. The second reason is that once this goes to a residential zoning, then the parking is going to become even worse. That means that there are already not enough parking spaces for residents in North End, and to add this many residences without any parking would just make it more difficult for people that live in the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The applicant, like to respond to those comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the point, so we're not making the building higher. The roof decks were purposely pushed away from the center, from the pitch of the front of the building, so they would not be visible in the aerial view. And you'll see that whole area there. There's a number of buildings that have roof decks. These aren't common roof decks. They're only exclusive to those two units, and it just gives, because there's really no rear yard or usable space, it just gives the opportunity for those top units to have a little bit of outdoor space. They're the largest units, which everyone seemed to like during the process. On the parking, obviously we're not able to create new parking. We're keeping the building. There is no parking in and around that area in terms of other buildings really having parking. Having said that, what's nice about this location is we are directly across the street on Commercial Wharf and Commercial Street from one of the larger parking facilities, and then probably 100 or 200 feet down from us is another parking garage, which is actually a good thing for this area. But again, not able to create parking, but there's an argument I would say that could be made that with that many office spaces, there might be more congestion with employees for each building, and there could be less with having folks that are residents that are moving in that are now aware that, from the beginning, they're not going to have the ability to have parking, or they're either going to rent a space or they're going to use public transportation. So,
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Bettabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Quinato?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 173-0230 with the address of 3 to 7 Eden Street. If the applicant and or their representative are present, will they please explain?
Z. Endicott? Are you the applicant?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please identify yourself and proceed.
Good morning, Madam Chair and ladies and gentlemen of the board. My name is Zachary Endicott, and I am the project manager for 3 through 7 Eden Street in Charlestown. We will be combining 2 adjacent lots at the corner of Eden Street and Main Street. One of the lots currently consists of a 2-family home, and the adjacent lot is vacant. The existing 2-family home will be expanded vertically to be consistent with the height and style of the other homes on this block, 2 of which our team has already redeveloped in recent years with great acceptance and appreciation from the abutters and the community as a whole. The existing building is currently a 2.5-story home that is greatly in need of an upgrade. Our direct abutters have voiced their extreme pleasure in our redevelopment design and are extremely eager to have this building brought back to life. In doing so, we'll be adding some square footage as well as numerous bedrooms to accommodate the ever-growing need of families in the area. The adjacent lot will become essentially an attached single-family home with a garage parking space on the ground level. It will also include 4 additional bedrooms. In expanding the square footage of the newly combined lots and the construction of the adjacent third unit, we will trigger 2 violations, which we hope to receive relief from the board for today. The first being the floor area ratio, which will be slightly exceeded as the resulting 3-family will be just about 800 square feet over the allowable livable space, as each of the 3 units will be just over 2,000 square feet. The second violation is the rear yard setback, which will be triggered by the construction of the attached single family. We feel that this is necessary in order to allow enough room to provide the parking on the ground level. And also the rear of the property only abuts a large parking lot, so this exceedance of the rear setback does not really encroach on the well-being of any of the neighbors. In addition to that, there is a large recently renovated park directly across the street, which provides ample outdoor green space to current and future residents.
Questions from the board?
Can you, have you seen the planning department's recommendations, and can you speak to sort of the design, the neighborhood design overlay district, and how your project sort of has thought about that?
Yes, so we did meet with the neighborhood. We had an abutters meeting. We discussed with everybody that was in attendance. We shared with them the design. Like I said, we did do 2 other houses on the street, so we kind of try to keep the design consistent with the rest of the neighborhood. And I actually live in the neighborhood myself. My entire family lives there, and we've done several of these projects within the neighborhood, so I think we have a pretty good understanding of what the neighborhood wants to see there and the type of people that will, be the end users of this type of structure. So we really have given a lot of thought to that.
I mean, the recommendation was about preservation of this. Apparently it's a Greek revival structure.
So I guess this morning, we were made aware that the Preservation Society, I guess, issued a letter, but they never, saw us out until this morning. It was the first time that we've heard of it. So, I mean, we've been going through the community process for about 2.5 months, and we've never heard one thing from them about their recommendations. So this was kind of news to us today. I mean, had we met with them, I guess we would have, consulted them on all of this stuff. But, they didn't really make their opinions known until, like I said, I found out about that at 10 o'clock this morning.
So Mr. Endicott, can you take us to a slide that shows us the exterior of the project?
And I see Mr. Hampton is on as well.
Yeah, if Mr. Hampton's also in, but can you let the ambassador know what slide?
We could see the existing conditions.
You want to see the existing conditions?
Yeah, is there anything that shows us?
Yes.
I want to see what it's gonna look like, but yeah, we can do it before and after.
The existing conditions slide it's A100.
But any photographic images?
I don't have a specific photograph. I just have the renderings from the architectural plan. It's on A100. I think if you scroll up a bit, it's right there. So that's kind of the existing structure that's there. And then if you scroll down after that to page A200, you'll be able to see what the new structure will look like on the front facade there. Like I said, I mean, I think it's very consistent with the other structures that we see in Charlestown and the other structures that we see on that street in particular.
What's the existing material of the is it the shingles?
Yes, I believe it's.
And is it green?
Or clapboard, I think it is. What color is it, did you say?
Yeah, what color is it right now? I'm looking at images online and.
It's pretty decayed right now. I would say it's maybe like a beige color.
Okay, but it's kind of like shingled, right?
I'm not sure it's shingled or clapboard.
Okay, I think what's difficult is that you don't have any kind of existing photos.
Yeah, I mean.
And of the house, right? So that you want to demolish.
I don't necessarily want to demolish the house. I understand it's going to look a lot different, but I don't want to demolish the house. I just kind of want to give it a facelift, basically. There's no guarantee.
It says the project proposes to combine 2 lots and demolish.
There's no demolition happening.
Demolish existing 2-unit, okay.
So you're not demolishing it, you're
No, we're not demolishing it, adding to it.
You're adding to the right.
We are, essentially what we're doing is we're taking what's there, we're going up a level on it, we're keeping the existing footprint, the existing house, we're not changing that. And then we're adding to that essentially a single-family attached townhouse next to it.
Right, yeah, now,
When we do that, it made sense to move like the door over to the left side where now you see the door in the middle, so that the stairways are kind of connected to each other on either side, so that, you know, you don't have windows in like the stairway, so you got actually more light coming into both of the sides of the building.
but you're gonna be stripping the whole building because it has a completely different facade. Like it has a new door entry, it has larger windows, you're almost stripping it completely.
It will look different, yes, I agree with that. Do you want me to try to share a picture of the house with you?
No, I mean, I have your drawing.
No, you can't.
I'm trying to understand the BPD's concern regarding the house. You know, it doesn't have historic, it is under the Charlestown design guidelines, but the house itself is not a historic structure.
Right, so I don't know if, like, how that works exactly, I guess.
Mr. Hampton, are you on to weigh in?
Yeah, of
It
course.
just needs a
Thank you,
design
Madam
review,
Chair.
basically. It just needs a design review.
Well, I think there are a couple of issues with this bed of arousal. One, the Preservation Society has weighed in. I don't know what that is, if that only came in this morning, so I don't know if they're seeking to meet with the appellant on this because they may have some of the same concerns we do. We're not opposed to the project. We're opposed to, you know, how much of this house is going away, right? So, you know, is it being demolished? Is it being renovated? We have conflicting wording on a lot of the material that we have. And because it's so old, you know, it's over 50 years old, it would be subject to demolition delay. So we're not opposed to the project. We'd love to see the, you know, additions to the original house and have it be upgraded, but we have conflicting, you know, information on, is it being demolished? Is it being renovated? So, you know, I don't know if, I just don't know what the Preservation Society has weighed in on this and whether or not they want to have some sort of meeting. We prefer to see the original structure remain and, you know, have design review through, you know, the alteration of the structure. So.
Thank you. Are there other questions from the board? May I have public testimony?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. Petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on June 3rd, at which there was one supporter and no concerns were raised. Our offices received one letter of opposition from the Charlestown Preservation Society, which noted a concern related to the Neighborhood Design Overlay District. The society believes that the proposal represents a functional demolition of the structure and undermines the character of the neighborhood that neighborhood design overlays are meant to preserve. With that background, our office defers judgment to the board, and that letter has been forwarded to the board on the 24th of July. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gabriela Ramirez.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Gabriela Ramirez here on behalf of Boston City Councilor Gabriela Coletta, Zapata's office. At this time, the council would like to go on the record in support of this proposal.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have Ana Calderon.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ana Calderon from Councilor Large Henry Santana's office. The councilor would like to go on record in support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have two more. Anthony Gilardi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Anthony Gilardi from City Councilor Aaron Murphy's office. The council would like to go on record in support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last one, Juliet.
Hi, I am a neighbor of this property, and I've seen the work that they've done on a couple other properties right nearby, and the quality is exceptional. We fully support this project.
Thank you. Any other raised hands?
Thank you. There is one I don't think they're for this case. So there are no additional comments. Yeah, we have one more. Carrie Lever.
Hello? Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Katie Lever. I also live in the neighborhood, and I have also seen the other work that the Endicotts have done. The house is in severe disrepair. It's falling apart. We can see bricks falling out from underneath it, and it would be a welcome to have something that looks more like the neighborhood and is livable, because currently the people who have rented move out within a month.
Thank you. Okay, there is one person in the attendees section, Danley Lever. I don't know if you are.
Yes, hi. My name is Dan Lever. That was my wife, Katie Lever. Our family lives there. And I'd just like to echo her comments that the building has been, it's really, nothing is there to be saved, in my opinion. It is literally collapsing onto our driveway. Bricks are falling out from underneath it. The front area is so degraded down that I don't know how you would save it, but I know how great the Endicotts are, and I know that they'll do an amazing job and preserve as much as they can. So I strongly support it.
Okay, thank you.
So there are no additional comments now. Thank you.
I have an additional question for Jeff Hampton. Jeff, the BPDA states that because it's in a neighborhood design overlay district that a complete design review needs to occur. Is the design review led by your department?
Yes.
Yes, okay, then I have a recommendation.
Okay, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a recommendation that the project is a motion to approve the project with a proviso that the project undergoes BPD design review, paying closely attention to the neighborhood design overlay district guidelines, which has requirements regarding the preservations of existing structure, and to kind of work with the applicant on what is financially possible in consultations with necessary associations to make this kind of proviso is pretty long. Let me redo this. I'd like to put forward a motion of approval that with a proviso that it undergoes BPD design review to look at the neighborhood design overlay district and make recommendations for the exterior of the building.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Benabraza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Next, we have case BOA 1719788 with the address of 24 Washington Street. If the applicant and/or their representative are present, would they please declare to the board?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Jay Eigerman of the law firm of Rubin, Junius & Rose. With me is project architect D'Artagnan Brown of Embark. I'll turn it over to him in a minute. Also on the line is Chris Jameson, who owns the property and proposes to build a single-family home here. This site, if we could go to the third slide, please. I'll show you the site plan and zoom in, is a corner lot. It's still subject to the old Charlestown Urban Renewal Plan, and so there is BPD design review, and we will be entering into a land disposition agreement because the Urban Renewal Plan has been extended another 2 years. But you'll see there is no existing building on the site. There is the original LDA, Land Disposition Agreement, was for parking and recreational space. So the rectangle that you see fronting on Arrow Street is a gravel parking lot. So historically, since the 1970s, there were 3 cars private parking at this location. And there's one residence abutting us about 6 feet from the lot line to the west.
It's a trapezoidal site, as you can see. So there are going to be 4 forms of zoning relief that we need. The first is a variance for lot area. We're 7 square feet short. It's a 2,000 square foot minimum, and we come short because of the weird shape by 7 square feet. We also need a conditional use permit and for the head house for the roof deck, and D'Artagnan will tell you about that. We meet 3 out of the 4 design standards, but a head house requires a conditional use permit if you don't use a hatch. And then there are 2 variances for parking in the back. Normally in Charlestown, you try to have parking from a side lot if it fronts on a street. That's not possible here. As you can tell, our side lot is way too narrow. Ours is on a rear lot on Arrow Street. And also the width. Normally they try to limit the width to 12 feet. The existing curb cut is the same as that rectangle. Of course, it's much wider. And we'll be maintaining that so we can get 2 cars in. With that, I'm going to turn it over to D'Artagnan to show you the drawings and the details.
Wonderful, Jared. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. D'Artagnan Brown, architect from Embark. Thank you for having me this afternoon. If you don't mind, going to the prior slide would be great. So as Jared mentioned, we're here today with Chris, our client, who's worked with us to really create something we think is fitting for the neighborhood of Charlestown, understanding again the design overlay guidelines for new construction in the neighborhood. Starting on the upper left, this is a view of the proposed home, which is a single-family home with a front door off of Washington Street. You can see as you turn the corner and go down left on the lower image, we'll be going down Arrow Street here, working with the topography and the existing large curb cut, which we're looking to narrow up. We'll enter into the garage level parking below the residential structure above. As you move to the upper image, you can see the front entry stoop, which is very reminiscent of the character and the quality of the neighborhood. If you don't mind zooming in there for a moment, would be appreciated. And I can, in the upper right image, just the beautiful thing working with Chris is he's really got an eye for detail, and because this is going to be his private residence, we've been able to bring that richness of brick detailing, use of cladding at these oriel bays, Juliet balcony with very fine metalwork detailing, in addition to the style of windows, headers, and sills. Thank you. If you don't mind zooming out, I can quickly run through the floor plans. And as we go to the next page, Jay covered this, the existing lot. So if we pop to the one page below, thank you. And zoom in, we have worked with the modal alignment along Washington Street, so keeping the front setback to a line, even though 0 is allowable. As we turn the corner and come down Arrow Street, you can see this is where we've pinched up the curb significantly, and we will be improving the existing conditions along that. Today it's really kind of a overgrown lot with a lot of gravel. We are looking to kind of bring a clean edge to that with a lot of landscape planting, which I'll show you from our landscape architect. And then with the open space, both on the rear of the lot and then also on a proposed roof deck. If you don't mind zooming out into the next page, please. And as we go, this is a front elevation, just really addressing the building height, so compliant with building height. Just small relief needed on a de minimis head house just to get access to a roof deck. And then you can see below grade, just working with the grade of Air Street to fit the parking below the first floor. Next page, please. And I'll keep this part here. And so coming off of Bear Street, you can see parking to the 2 garage spaces. We have access to the rear. If you don't mind sliding down one slide, please. Working with our landscape architects at Zen, really coming up with a robust plantings around the entire perimeter and also on the open space, and then in addition coordinating for the street trees with PIC along Washington Street. And just the richness of native species types, really creating a new edge where today it's really much an overrun plot of land. If you don't mind going down. Working through the garage, finished basement space. Next level, if you don't mind, is really the kitchen, living, dining level with the front entry off of Washington and a small deck off of the kitchen. Next level, please. Bedroom level, 3 bedrooms on this floor, and then if you go up one more, you can see, next slide, please. You can see just a really small, it's essentially to get a stair and a door through a kind of a clean waterproofed way of bringing access to the roof deck. We have held the roof at least 5 feet around all edges of the property to ensure that it is set back correctly, both from a building code and a visibility. And if you go to the next slide, please. This is more of the architectural elevations to supplement the renderings, but just going through not only the building height, overall dimensions, but just the understanding of window types, brick detailing to really tie back into a quality building that we're excited to propose in this neighborhood of Charlestown. Thank you, and with that, I'll turn it back to the board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. May I have any questions from the board?
So who has access to this site and the ability to park there under the current LDA?
Oh, it was under the control of the owner for decades, and there were private leases which had become month to month. Chris Jameson, the owner, is online. He's obviously spoken to the most recent users, and they've moved.
Okay, but it was under private ownership, even though it's under.
It was not. It was never public.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board?
Yes, I know you're planning on doing some landscaping, but do you have any plans to preserve any of the trees that are already existing?
Yes, but yeah, you go ahead, D'Artagnan.
No, go ahead, Chair, please.
Well, no, we have to go to the Public Improvements Commission, of course. There's one street tree that's on Washington Street, which is overgrown, and it hangs over the lot. So we have to go to the Parks and Recreation Commission, and the application was already filed, and they'll review our application to replace that tree. But I don't think the existing tree can be saved. My understanding is it has to be replaced.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Public Testimony?
Madam Chair and board members, Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on June 9th, at which abutters had questions about the traffic impacts of the proposal on Arrow Street, as well as water runoff. Supportive comments were made about the design. No abutters stated opposition. Our office has received a letter of concern from an abutter about potential impacts on the removal of a mature tree. Our office has received 1 letter of support and 1 letter of opposition, which have all been forwarded to the board. With that background, we defer to the judgment of the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, with that, there are no additional comments.
May I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that the project undergoes BPD design review just on the site planning to review the width of the curb cut. And this is following that the applicant receives the BPD board recommendations to the existing LDA to enter into a new LDA to allow for residential use.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Better-Brazza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panada?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your time.
Next, we'll move on to the rediscussion scheduled for 11:30 a.m. A reminder that we are a 6-member board today, and we'll ask again if there are any requests for withdrawals or deferral. Hearing none, we'll move on to we'll pass the first 2 cases which were referred, and we will go to 3 companion cases, which are case BOA 1677881 with the address of 155 Princeton Street. Next, we have case BOA 1677882 with the address of 157 Princeton Street. And finally, case BOA 1677886, also with the address of 157 Princeton Street. It's the applicant and/or their representative would present.
Yes, Mr. Stenbridge. Yes, Mr. Stenbridge. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Attorney Derek Small. I have a business address of 51 Dobson Road. And with me today is Mr. Jacob Levine, who is the architect for the project. First and foremost, Madam Chair, as a housekeeping matter, we are going to withdraw the building code appeal as we have consulted with our building code consultant, Doug Anderson, and the building code relief is no longer going to be necessary. So we will withdraw the building code relief.
Which of the three cases?
I think that's at 157. I think it was the last one read into the record.
Okay.
And so with that, with regard to the project, we're here seeking relief to subdivide the property and change the legal occupancy of 155R, which from a garage to a garage with 3 residential units. This will be done by erecting a vertical addition on top of the garage. The subdivision places the existing property into non-conformance at 157, and that triggers the violations for lot area and FAR. The required FAR is 1.0, and that will become a 1.2 at 157 with regard to the FAR. Now to 155R, again, we're changing the legal occupancy from the garage to a garage with 3 residential units above. Here, the zoning subdistrict used to be a 3F2000. It is now under the new East Boston zoning. It is an EBR3, in which the maximum height allowed is 4 stories, which we are proposing, and it allows for 4 residential units, but we are proposing 3. Here, again, the FAR is a 1.0. We're proposing 1.2. The side yard and the rear yard violations are pre-existing non-conforming conditions. The requirement of side yard is 2.5 feet. We have 1.5, and rear yard requirement is 40, and we have pre-existing of 3. I'll turn it over to Jacob Levine, and he can go through the plans and go through the units. Jacob? Jesus may need to be elevated. I don't know if...
I'm here, Derek. Good afternoon, board. Thank you very much. My name is Jacob Levine. I'm the architect of record. Business address 27 Congress Street, Salem, MA for SL Haas Group. And today we're presenting to you the concept of taking this rear garage and adding 3 units. So if we could start scrolling through the presentation. Hopefully there's some architectural prints.
There are. If you go scroll down.
Oh, that's it in this PDF. There we go. So what we want to do is build on top of the existing garage and then project forward with a 12-foot overhang that would be supported with columns, preserving the garage to use as parking, and then building our units vertically up with an elevator, 2 means of egress, and then a roof deck on top. The overall height of the building would be 35 feet, and then about 8 feet for the overhouse, for the elevator, and for the stairs. So in total, we're shooting for about 42 feet. If you keep scrolling through our presentation, you can see the garage is way in the back. It's not very visible from Princeton Street. Obviously, putting this on top will actually bring a little bit of character to that garage that's back there. The views from that side are pretty fantastic out to Boston. We helped renovate the building you're seeing on the left at 157. And the plans are for 2-bedroom apartments, about 1,500 square feet each. We want to make them as accessible as possible using the elevator. It will be a mirrored plan on all 3 floors. And then a shared roof deck at 925 square feet that's also usable through the elevator. The site has a slight slope going towards the back, so the garage door, as shown today, is not very visible. This is just my report on the project as I saw it. And we really want to bring some glass back there and bring in some natural light. And the goal of the project is to not bother or interrupt any of the existing views out of the 157 building on the left you see there, or the neighbor on the right. The garage is in such a way suited that it's so far back that we're not going to have any direct neighbors being blocked by this new building. So at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions for the project. We've been working at this for, feels like a couple years now, and we're very, very excited about this opportunity to build here in East Boston.
Thank you. Are there questions from the board?
It looks like you're paving the whole front side of that project. Is there any landscaping or open space, permeable open space?
So in the back of the house, if that site plan is still available, there's a little bit of green space. As the property sits today, you could kind of see in this photograph on the screen now, it is currently all paved. We would look at option of doing like a permeable paver, but the idea of the roof deck is actually to give all 3 occupants or tenants availability to get some sunlight, direct views. I also put some small balconies on the right side, which you can kind of see in the rendering on the right. So there's a little bit of
I'm more concerned about the zoning requirement of permeable area of the lot of 30% that's in your.
Sure.
Member Panado, we will, in speaking with the owner, we are planning to do permeable pavers in the front. The whole front section is going to be permeable paved.
And then what about sea level rise elevation? Have you noted that on any of the plans? So it's not clear whether any of the proposed living space would be under that sea level elevation.
None of it is. None of it's below that at all. No living space.
Were you able to review the BPD's recommendation, Mr. Small?
Yes, I was. And in reviewing the...
Just so for the record, they recommended denial.
I think that in some instances, the BPD's recommendation is not accurate with regard to the maximum height. I know in EBR 3, the maximum height is 4 stories. And I reached out to BPD with regard to a couple of discrepancies within their recommendation. And, again, it's allowed, up to 4 units are allowed in this area as well, in the new EBR 3. So there were some discrepancies, and I did reach out to BPD with regard to this, but I didn't hear back.
Okay. I mean, so the issue that I see just in regards to the character of the neighborhood is that a lot of the structures are right in front of the sidewalk, so it's almost like an infill condition. And so I almost feel that it's out of context, and in regards to my personal feedback in regards to the variance that you're requesting. So to me, it does not fit the character of the neighborhood. I think if you were to do an infill project very similar to what your adjacent structure has, because they're almost identical, right? It's like a mirrored image of a 3-family, right? Because the existing is a 3-family, right?
That's correct.
Right. So, but it's a mirror image of the house next to it. Right,
okay.
that you don't own. So it almost feels like you're taking an existing footprint, which it almost feels like it makes sense. Oh, you have an existing footprint of a garage. Let's just go up and make it work with the zoning guidelines in regards to density and shape and building. But it doesn't pass, I would say, the context, like, is it contextual? So I would recommend another attempt. Probably not a straight denial, because you would have to like start over again, but maybe, or it's really a siting issue. Like, I would recommend that you look at it as an infill or potentially as an extension to your existing structure, and finding a really good way to provide parking access to a smaller curb cut for both of those side-by-side units. So the topology really is an infill that you almost replicate, or you attach to the existing three-family. And you know, so I think you have to like almost start over again.
Yeah, I mean, I will note it's been reviewed and deferred twice already. This case. So I'm.
And that was because we were.
No, we're not deferring.
Yeah.
I think there's two ways to go about it. One is, you know, do you deny without prejudice and you redo the site planning of it, and knowing that we support like the density, it's just your site planning is off. Or do we deny it completely and say you have to start all over again?
So let me just add with that, to your point. There are several other properties in this area with very similar project where there are houses behind other units and other units behind other houses, such as what we are proposing. And I know, Member Pernado, your comment with regard to the deferrals, we were deferring because we were trying to work out the building code issues, and then we brought on the code consultant to work the elevator issue and all the building code issues. That's why the project was deferred twice before. And again, we did work those out, which is why we went through the building code violation and the appeal. But there are several other projects, or there are other buildings in the area with regard to having cited buildings behind other buildings in that section of East Boston.
Can I just make a clarification, or maybe Madam Chair, Dawn, you can clarify. If we deny it, does that mean that they have to come back after a year?
That's correct.
Yeah. So and if you do a deny without prejudice, it's making a recommendation that we are in alignment with the densities proposed, but not the site planning. So you know, you would have to come back and provide us documentation that you kind of almost started over again. You know, with the a new site planning strategy.
Okay. Other comments or questions?
That's it. Thank you.
We'll take public testimony and circle back to a motion.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Eva Jones, representing the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services regarding 155R Princeton Street. Our office will defer to the board's judgment on this matter. A community process was conducted, including an abutters meeting held on 11/9/23, and due to the time between the community process and the hearing request, my office did request another abutters meeting, which was hosted on 4/2/25 and was attended by about 6 constituents. And the feedback from the meeting was constructive, and the applicant seemed ready to work amicably with his neighbors. The primary feedback from the first meeting was that there were several concerns regarding height, density, and increased restaurant parking. Additionally, the proposal was reviewed with the Eagle Hill Neighborhood Association, which convened around November of 2023, and the association has expressed and voted for in support and 13 in opposition regarding the proposal. At this time, the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services defers to the board's judgment on this matter. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments.
Okay, with that, may I have a motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of denial without prejudice to provide the applicant opportunity to potentially explore the idea of an infill condition.
Is there a second? Second. Mr. Stenbridge.
No, I think, what I can tell, it looks like in context with everything else around it, it's also in that.
Ms. Barbaza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Parado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, the motion carries.
All right, thank you very much, members of the board, Madam Chair. Have a good day.
Everyone.
That, good with you. The next two cases have been deferred, as the following case. So that takes us to case BOA 1709052 with the address of 32 St. Stephen Street. If the applicant and/or the representative are present, they please explain the case to the board.
Mr. Marilon, I know we have two cases from our subcommittee hearing.
Hi, I think Mr. Merrill is joining shortly. My name is Kyle Holland. I'm the owner of the property.
Okay. Do you want to walk us through it, or?
Thank you. It just took a little bit for my analyst to be approved and turn my video on. I appreciate the patience, everyone. Cameron Merrill, Boston, Massachusetts, 100 State Street business address, along with Kyle Holland and Jared from the build team, last name Halliday, is also on with us. What you have before you is a greenhouse addition to the roof of this home on St. Stephen Street, which Mr. Holland lives in with David Bedrin. This is a long time coming last part of a major restoration and renovation of this property. And as part of it, they needed access to the roof. And after lengthy discussion with their team and the designers, rather than doing a traditional head house, they determined that a greenhouse in that location would be a nice amenity for them. Principally because the greenhouse will provide significant amount of light that will pass through the greenhouse and through a skylight and into the top floor of their residence. There was a significant project, as indicated, that did not require zoning relief, and as part of that project, they did go through the Boston Water and Sewer Commission and get compliance for their groundwater conservation. I believe that's page 17 of the attachment. We did have a neighborhood process, and abutters were contacted and discussed this project, both as internally within the process and directly. The principal concern that we received was about impact on birds. The applicant has discussed this with the builder and some manufacturing recommendations, and there are decals that can be added to the glass to deter bird conflict, and they're obviously more than willing to do that. There is no roof deck proposed with this project. It is simply a structure above the roof set back off the street that will provide access to the roof with a small platform as you exit the greenhouse head house from this property. Based on the size of the stairwell and the skylight, there's minimal space up there, so there's not going to be any recreational use of this structure on the roof. It's primarily for light and access. And also, we're more than willing to do design review as recommended by the planning staff.
Thank you. Question from the board?
This is the one that I put forward for a full hearing, and now that Jeff Hampton's on, I would like to ask him a question.
Thank you. And I acknowledge, the terminology solarium, greenhouse, head house was confusing. It's a greenhouse being used as a head house.
Is Mr. Hampton with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, so Jeff, to me, the design of the project feels like an accessory structure above the roof. It appears to be like a greenhouse versus a small kind of head house to provide roof access. What is your kind of position regarding greenhouses? With like over kind of almost historic masonry type of buildings in a neighborhood design overlay district?
Not to sound disrespectful, but what does my opinion mean versus what is in the code? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's why I guess, is it a head house or is it a greenhouse?
It's, it alters the roof line, right? Like you can see it alters the roof line, and if ISD has cited it as a head house, for lack of a better term, and they're only subject to a conditional use permit because it is that, it's in the restricted roof structure district in the Fenway is literally 3 streets, I think, and they just happen to fall in it. So if they were on Park Drive, they wouldn't even be here right now. But because they're on St. Stephen and, the provisions of the restricted roof structure catch this because of what it is and where it's located. I think this is a design review only and a conditional use permit. So, I mean, we can work with them. I don't even think it's that big. I think it's just over 200 square feet?
No, I'm talking about the height and where they're.
Yeah, but I think the height for that area is 70 feet, is that?
I think it's 60. I think we remain about 7 feet under the maximum height.
Yeah, so they weren't even cited for a height variance. So it's just the conditional use because what the structure is that they are proposing. So, it's...
Okay.
I don't think I gave you a clear answer, and I apologize.
Well, you did, because you basically said ISD cited it as a penthouse, a head house.
Yeah.
And under that is a conditional use permit. And so typically, my concern would have been the visibility from the street, if it's visible. Just because the structure looks so different than your kind of historical masonry building that you see in the area. So I was looking just for context. And that's why you develop zoning codes, right? So that it's along with the character of the area.
Any other questions? Hearing none, may I have public testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the board, Siggy Johnson with the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Services. This petitioner completed the ONS community process. Our office hosted an abutters meeting on May 28th. Multiple direct abutters were in attendance and were supportive. The Fenway Civic Association is also in support of this application. With that background, our office defers judgment to the board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we don't have additional comments.
With that, may I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of approval with a proviso that it undergoes BPD design review, given that it's in an overlay district.
Is there a second? Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Benabaza?
Yes.
Ms. Turner?
Yes.
Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries. Good luck.
Very much.
Okay, next subcommittee case.
Which is case BOA 169-7496 with the address of 12R Union Avenue. If the applicant and or their representative are present, would they please explain?
Hi, yeah, my name is Cyril Ghosh and I'm the representative. It's odd because the principal petitioner is my partner, Shane O'Brien, and he can't be here because of a last minute work obligation. So he gave me everything written down, so I'm just going to read it out to you, yeah? Okay, so the thing is, Madam Chair, whoever is doing the slides, could we go to the first page, please? The one with the picture, the top one. No further up. Is that the first page? Oh, how weird.
Looks like the first page, yes.
Okay, never mind. All right, so I'm supposed to read out these things. There are, I think, 3 variances. The first is a height variance. Apparently there's 15 feet that's allowed for ADUs, but we're proposing 21 feet. The second is a side yard setback that is next to the building next to us, 14 Union Ave. The setback that is allowed is 10 feet. We're proposing 5 feet. There's a fence there and a parking lot behind the fence, so it's an open space on that side. And the third thing is a rear yard setback. You're allowed 20 feet. We're proposing 4 feet. Now, beyond that is 3 feet beyond that is the property line is a 20-foot tall warehouse, and next to it is a new construction. It's a 5-story building. It's senior housing, affordable housing. It's, I think, 3371 Washington. That's what there is behind it. Then there's other stuff here about square footage, but I don't want to use up too much of your time, so you can ask me whatever you have to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Appreciate it. Questions from the board?
Can you just repeat the variance that you're requesting?
Yeah, so there's 3. One is apparently the maximum allowable height is 15 feet. We're requesting 21 feet. It's 2 floors. The second is a side yard setback. We're allowed 10 feet. We're proposing 5. And the third is a rear yard setback. We're allowed 20, we're proposing 4.
So this is, and again, Jeff, this is more for you to provide just clarity. It seems like they were not cited for a house, a residential unit being built in a lot behind another structure as a forbidden use. So this seems like it's an allowable use. Can you just confirm that?
Well, so here's the thing. I have 2 different rejection letters from ISD, both dated February 4th of 2025. 12 Union, and they're both, I wish I could share my screen, but you're gonna have to take my word for it. One is 12R Union that has the 3 zoning violations that the appellant has cited. And I also have another letter that as you saw in our recommendation, has a few more zoning violations, including 2 dwellings on the same lot, off-street parking, lot area insufficient, so 3 additional dwelling units.
Right.
And again, dated same date in February, with the same date filed. So I don't know what ISD, the plans examiner over there, they finally.
That's why I kicked it to this is why when I heard it in the subcommittee, I said, there's something that, there's missing information, so.
Yeah, this might be a legal issue for Caroline to address rather than our appeal and our recommendation, because it's not changing our recommendation, right? So we recommended approval with proviso that there be no building code relief.
Right, but the zoning, I have questions on the zoning, because it almost appeared as if this was kind of as a right potentially under ADU, but it almost feels like it goes beyond the ADU, because one, you have, it's over 15 feet, it appears to be a residential unit behind another unit in the same lot. So I think you're right, it's a question for Caroline. So Caroline, can you clarify what the zoning violations are for this particular lot as it relates to zoning issues?
So I can, like, I understand what both of you are saying 100%, but I can only say that whatever was advertised is what ISD has the violation for. It might make sense, I hadn't seen the other refusal letter, if we re-advertise it, because it looks like maybe was the refusal letter, was it updated, like in July? Because perhaps that's what happened, I think.
Okay, if that's the case, then we never received that updated letter, and maybe those 3 violations go away, but based on, you know, what we had in front of us, you know, there are additional zoning violations. So.
Yeah, so I think the most updated refusal letter, which I'm sorry it wasn't part of this, it does have 6 zoning violations on it. So I think to move forward, we would have to re-advertise and do another hearing on this with all 6 zoning code violations.
I agree.
They're gonna have to come back anyways.
And I agree with that as well.
I agree, and I'm glad that I kicked it back to here, because I think, and this is, since we have everyone here, I think the subcommittee should really be for small renovations, modifications, but when there's a lot of variances being requested, that's when I think it needs to be in front of the full board. So I don't have any further questions, and I feel comfortable putting a motion forward.
Mr. Newman, were you trying to weigh in on this somehow? Connor? Okay. Well, let's just go through, is there any public testimony?
Madam Chair, we don't have any.
Okay, let's go with the motion.
Madam Chair, I'd like to put forward a motion of deferral to allow for the re-advertisement, and Caroline can recommend a date.
Caroline, do you have a date?
September 9th.
If we
Mr.
can
Bush, does that work for you?
defer to September 9th.
I just want to confirm it works for the applicant.
I'm checking right now.
Thank you.
It's going to be in the morning, yeah, like around this time.
It's
I know.
hard to say. It's hard to say. It's going to be the way it was.
That's fine. That's all right. Yes.
Okay.
9th is fine. Thank you.
I have a motion with the date.
And am I supposed to do something, or is Shane supposed to do something?
One of you would have to come back and present again.
That's fine, but will you have to do something in addition to what we've already done?
I don't think so, Caroline, unless you.
No, DBA staff will re-advertise in the newspaper, and you just have to come back on the date.
Okay.
And Jeff, would you be able to provide a new planning board recommendation on the case?
Sure, if you would like, yes.
Yeah, that would be great.
It may not change. It may not change, but we already have all 6 violations.
Yeah, I mean, we reviewed it under 6 violations.
Okay,
Right.
got it. That sounds good. Thank you.
So,
All
okay,
right.
so who's making that motion?
If we can have a motion to defer for September 9th.
Can I have a second? Second. Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes.
Ms. Bellabrante?
Yes.
Ms. Turner? Yes. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Ms. Panado?
Yes.
Chair votes yes, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. See you next, I'm sorry, that might be premature. Are we done, Mr. Stenbridge?
Yes, we are, Madam Chair.
Okay, see you all next time.
Thank you.
For today, we're done. Thank you.
Thank you.